Welcome to this meeting of the Mid Suffolk District Council Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Sarah Mansell and I will be chairing the committee this morning. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that the microphones are turned off when not in use. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Please ensure your mobile phones are on silent or switched off and that your laptops are switched to silent. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. If you intend to do so, please could you inform the committee clerk. If you hear the fire alarm, leave the building immediately via a fire exit and make your way to the assembly point at Ipswich Town Football Ground. Follow the signs directing you to the fire exits. Do not re-enter the building until told it is safe to do so. So, first of all, some introductions. On my left, on the front row, we have the case officer, Daniel Cameron, and other case officers will be moving there when they do their cases. We have the area planning manager, Mark Russell, and we have the chief planning officer, Phil Isbell. We have on the next row back, we have legal advisor Ian Dupre, and we have some other case officers who will be waiting to step forward. And then either side of me, we have the governance officers, Claire Philpott and Beth Webb, and Alicia Norman will be back shortly. And on my right, we have the members of the committee who will be making the decision. We have some ward members present who will be making their representation. And there is one case this morning in my own ward, so I will be then moving across the floor to become the ward member, and Lavinia Haddingham, the vice chair, will be chairing that session. So can I move to the agenda, please? Item number 1, apologies for absence and substitutions.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. Item number 2, to receive declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests and other registrable or non-registrable interests by members. Are there any interests to declare? Councillor Haddingham.
I'm the applicant of the Brome roundabout one.
Thank you. Item number 3, declarations of lobbying. Has anyone been lobbied? I think I've certainly received some photographs for the Brome petrol station. I think that's everybody. Any other items of lobbying to report? Thank you. And then we've got item number 4, declaration of personal site visits. Councillor Elkin.
It's not a site visit, but I live very near to the site for 7B, and so I've often been on there. There's a coffee stop, so I know it fairly well.
Thank you. And then we move to item number 5, confirmation of the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on the 31st of July 2024. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes? If not, then could I have a proposer, please? Councillor Warboys, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Lawrence. The governance officer will now conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 7 votes for and 1 abstention. That's carried.
Thank you. So the minutes will be signed in due course. Item number 6, to receive notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received.
And then we move to item number 7, the schedule of planning applications. We will be sticking to the order as printed in the agenda. So we will start with item 7A, DC 2400341, land off Low Road, Debenham, IP 146QX. Can I just confirm that members have had enough time to read the late representation received from Debenham Parish Council? Thank you. So I will now invite Case Officer Daniel Cameron to introduce the application to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a temporary access intended to allow development of an adjacent site which was approved under reference DC 20-02129 on Low Road, Debenham. This is the wider view of the aerial map of the area. We have the main built-up area of Debenham to the north at Low Road and the northwest here along Low Road. This is the site which benefits from planning permission and would benefit from the temporary access created if members were to approve the application before them today. Slightly closer in, we've got quite a lot of vegetation running along the southern side of Low Road here. There's also a watercourse that follows this line, and that will become clearer for members as we move through into the constraints maps. So yes, here we are. We've got a watercourse that runs along Low Road here, and it has flood zones 2 and 3 associated with it. You'll notice we've got 2 listed buildings. We've got Cherry Tree Farmhouse, and we've also got the surgery located further up Low Road. The settlement boundary for Debenham runs along this brown line here. And then if we come forward within the presentation, we've got an excerpt from the Debenham Neighbourhood Plan, and these green areas relate to allocated sites from the Debenham Neighbourhood Plan. And you'll see that part of the site just to the south of Low Road is allocated as Deb 4 within the Debenham Neighbourhood Plan. And it was under that allocation that the planning permission previously approved was granted. So just for members' awareness, because I know some of you wouldn't have been on the committee at that point, we've got a development of 18 units to south of Low Road with an access onto Low Road. The allocation within the Debenham Neighbourhood Plan originally wanted to see access to the site taken over Ipswich Road. So it would have required the development of Deb 3 to the south. When the application came forward, Highways were content with the additionality of 18 units making access onto Low Road itself. But within the agreed Section 106, we retained a piece of land that we can call upon in future when Deb 3 comes forward to facilitate an access through, and at which point we can then work with Highways partners to close this up and make it an emergency vehicle only access. If we come slightly closer in, you'll see the landscaping plan for the site. We've got some widening of the flood areas here in the watercourse here, and we've got some meadow pasture land created here. And this is, you'll see from the photos later, this is an existing bridge in place along the watercourse at Low Road. So this is a block plan. This is the temporary access. It would be a concrete pad supported by 4 concrete piles placed into the bank, and then an additional roadway along here. My understanding is that the land adjacent would be used as Landex's site compound through the development process. There's no need for planning permission for a site compound, provided you're on land adjacent to land that already benefits from planning permission, and you remove the compound at the completion of the works and return it to its previous state. So we've got some of the engineering details on the capstones for the piles and the raft itself. And if we move on, we also have an arboricultural assessment. Now, to facilitate the access, there's a removal of some 3 metres of hedgerow to facilitate the access in. Although on removal of the access, there'll be creation of 10 metres of replacement hedgerow and also the planting of an oak tree in this location. From the report in front of members, they'll see that Highways would like to secure the removal of 2 oak trees identified as T3 and T4 within the arboricultural report. My understanding is that it's Landex's preference to retain these in sight, and they're prepared to employ a banksman at all times for use to ensure that the trees are not harmed by large vehicles entering or exiting the site. But in speaking to highways, it's their consideration that actually the visibility displays are required and the trees are required to be removed, and they would seek this under their 278 agreement if we were to approve planning permission today. They've carried out a CAVAT assessment, so that's a capital assessment value for amenity trees on both trees, and there's an associated CAVAT value for each of them. They're looking to secure a monetary sum through their 278 that would then be used by their ecology teams to reintroduce biodiversity improvements in the area. If we move now to the photos, this is a photo from the existing bridge near the access point along Low Road into Debenham. You can see this dense foliage on the side of the bank, some of which would need to be removed, and you can see part of the crown of T3 and T4. This is a view the other way. This is out of Debenham into the countryside. It would be the route for large vehicles coming in to access the site. This is the existing bridge and part of the site. So this is an existing bridge in place here with culvert over the watercourse. And this is its side on. So we've got a shortening of the watercourse here and here, and then it's on this adjacent bank that the proposed temporary access would be implemented. This is the view of the watercourse through the site. And then this is the view back out from the temporary access point in the existing bridge back along Low Road. And then this is the site itself, the adjacent site that would be that was approved under DC 20-02129. And then this is a view of the watercourse back out along towards the countryside. With regard to the application, we had some initial objections from highways, from the Environment Agency, given that it is a main watercourse that the application is looking to span, and from ecology. So in terms of ecology in the area, we know that there's possible amphibians and newts. We know that the site has been used in the past for water voles. Additional survey work needs to be done, and we know from the adjacent development that bats are known to roost in the trees, and from the bat emergence survey that was carried out on this site, there are still bats within the site. With regards to the Environment Agency, they've now granted a flood activity permit for the works, and there is an FRA that they are satisfied with that says that the work should be above the highest predicted flood level and should not increase flood risk elsewhere. The recommendation from officers is to approve subject to conditions, and you'll see that within the conditions there are requirements to make known the condition of the highway, which Landex have already provided photographs of, but also there's a recommended condition for a bank survey so that we know what was there previously and can secure replacement of at that point. There's nothing further to add in the presentation, members, and I'll turn over to you for any questions that arise resulting from the report.
Thank you. So, are there any questions from members to the case officer? Councillor Hedingham.
It's just really for clarity, for my sort of understanding. So although it's sort of it's temporary, it's basically temporary until the rest of the site is built. So it could be several years. It's not, you know, for the time being, and then it's basically when the other site is built. Is that right?
So it's not the intention that this creates a permanent access. The intention is that whenever you approve temporary planning permission, there would always be a condition that says we're either granting it for a length of time or until certain conditions are met. And normally, I think the way forward that I would recommend to members for this one would be we grant it for a specific period of time or until the use of that temporary access is no longer required for the build out of the adjacent site. Whichever is the earlier is the trigger for then removal of the temporary access and putting right the works.
But if the other site was never built, which could happen, you know, and then it would become, I mean, how would that work with any things that we put on it, i.e. time? If
the adjacent site never comes forward and doesn't commence within its time period, the applicants would either need to consider coming back forward for a fresh planning permission, or they would risk this one lapsing, as it would effectively, you'd have a set period of time to commence it, and you'd also have a set period of time for its use. And this is why I would say you would always want to, in this situation, have two competing triggers for removal, either a time limit, at which point if you haven't finished it within that time limit, it's removed, or a set point in the development of the other adjacent development, at which point it's then removed. So you have two triggers, whichever one is hit first, then requires the removal.
Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. It was just for clarification. I think you said that in the Debenham neighbourhood plan, they preferred the access to the site to be via Ipswich Road, which I think would mean coming in basically across the fields at the back. I just wondered if that option had been discounted for some reason.
So in terms of the Debenham neighbourhood plan, Deb 3 allocates that site, I think, for about 75 units, and would create an access on Ipswich Road and then serve those sites. My understanding from the previous application for the adjacent site is there's a restricted covenant on that land that prevents development before a certain point in time. So I think it's a case of that site will come forward, it's just not able to as yet. In terms of this application, there is discussion within the report of alternative options for bringing forward the access to the site, one of which would be to construct a haul route across the Deb 3 site from Ipswich Road. It's my understanding that there isn't an agreement in place to allow that to take place, but we have the agent here, so that might be something that's a useful question to ask them at that point as well.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up. When you say a haul route, that's some sort of, it's a temporary surfaced road that could, like the bridge is temporary, that track could be temporary and taken away. Thank you.
Councillor Penny, did I see your hand up?
Yes, another question about the temporary nature of the bridge, and looking at the layout of the approved development, it would seem that there is potential to extend the site into the neighbouring field because of the way the road is shaped. So I assume were such an application to come forward and they wish to continue using that access, they would have to put in a new application for temporary access rather than ask to extend the current one.
Exactly. So it depends on how the development unfolds, but I'll answer your direct question first, and then I'll come to the sort of caveat, which is if they were to bring forward an application to build out the adjacent site that would be served by this temporary access, that would require a fresh planning permission. Depending on scale, it could come back to committee, it could be called into committee, but certainly the grant of that planning permission would be within your gift. What I would say is it's an unallocated site outside of a settlement boundary. We have a strong housing land supply position, and we have made joint local plan that's in conformity with the MPPF. So that would be quite a high bar to overcome in the first instance. The slight caveat is obviously if we were to approve the temporary access and for whatever reason development of the adjacent site slipped, Landex might want to come back and say, well, actually, could we alter the trigger points of the temporary access condition? We need more time. We've had, unforeseen issues with something on site, and we need a little bit more time. Would you be willing to grant that? Again, that would need to come back to committee, and it'd be within your gift to grant or not, as the case may be. So you would still have some power over development of the adjacent site, were something to come forward there, and you would still have the power over any additional or changes to the temporary permission if you were to grant that today as well.
Any further questions? I've got a couple of my own, if that's okay. On the, whatever it was, I think you called it the CAVAT survey, and the fact that these two oak trees, there's going to be some monetary compensation which could be spent elsewhere to increase biodiversity. Are we able to restrict that you spending that money to Debenham, or even nicer, to put some more trees in the neighbouring development?
So the CAVAT scheme is overseen by Suffolk County Council, and they're the Section 278 authority for that, and they would secure it under the 278. We are not normally party to the 278 agreement. I could make those representations to the highways officers at county, but it would be within their gift to decide how that's allocated and how that would be spent.
Because we're losing 2 oak trees, and it could be some time before they're replaced, and they could be replaced anywhere within the district. And could I just ask about a couple of the conditions that you've got listed on page 24? The 4th bullet point down, we're talking about reversing the development within a given time limit, or we're no longer required, which we have discussed. But how long have they got once that whatever that period is, to make sure it is back to where it was before? You know, so let's say it was 3 years' time, and they finished, reached the trigger. How long have they got to put it back? You know, have they got a year, 3 years, or whatever, to put it back to what it was before?
I think that's within members' gift to consider. I think probably, you know, depending on the scale of works and the extent of remediation that's required, you know, we could look at a year to 6 months. We could look at longer, but I think probably a short, you know, probably by the time Landex have hit that trigger point, they're looking to reverse that anyway and move off site. So we probably don't want to leave it too open-ended, but I think we can set that as a time limit within the condition wording. And if members had a preference, I could certainly take that forward.
Thank you. And finally, the 5th bullet, I think it's the 5th, no, 6th bullet point down, access to be delivered first within the development. Is that the access to the housing development that you're saying that or is that the access from this temporary access into their site? That's
a temporary access, so that's a standard condition that highways like to impose. They like the access to be the first thing that's delivered in any given application, so that they know that there's an access and visibility display there, and the site can be accessed safely.
So is that the planning permission for the 18 dwellings? We're not talking about that access. That doesn't have to be delivered first, so they can't use this temporarily until they've built the access to the development.
My understanding is that the build phases, and we can ask the agent when the appropriate time comes forward. My understanding is that it's easier to build out the access to Low Road from within the site. You would require a shorter closure or any diversion on Low Road itself. But my understanding is from dealing with the planning permission for the adjacent site, the delivery of the access and the culvert over the watercourse, that's in their phase 1. So that would be delivered early within the adjacent development anyway.
Thank you. Any further questions from members? Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. Just one really. When it talks about reversal of the development, it includes the visibility displays as well, not just the actual bridge structures.
So it would be removal of the bridge structures and the planting out of the replacement planting. So that includes 10 metres of hedgerow and a new oak tree within the visibility displays. But obviously we wouldn't be able to then go back and, well, it probably speaks to Councillor Mansell's point about how can we secure the CAVAT payment is utilised within Debenham to plant new trees that would make up for those lost within the visibility displays.
So that would be included. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Hardingham.
Yeah, if you could clear up for me the exact situation with the 18 houses and the access there. As I understand it, the access off Low Road to those houses is intended to be temporary until such time as Deb 4 is built out and there's the access to Ipswich Road. So we're in the slightly unsatisfactory position of being asked to consider access to the construction site, which is temporary, but that could be built, and then Low Road might actually have the access onto it for the 18 houses indefinitely if Deb 4 doesn't go ahead. So there's sort of a chain reaction here.
So potentially, yes. So the adjacent development, in terms of the additional highway movements, the Highway Authority was satisfied at the time that the additional 18 units wouldn't create severe impact on safety of Low Road as part of the public highway. In terms of the aims of the neighbourhood plan, we've attempted through the section 106 that exists on that site to be able to deliver the access to Ipswich Road. However, what the neighbourhood plan didn't quite get to grips with at the time, and perhaps wasn't aware of, is that Deb 4 was not restricted by the covenant that prevented development in the same way that Deb 3 was. And that those two sites were in separate ownership. So Deb 3 is time restricted for when that can come forward, but Deb 4 wasn't. We've got an access onto Low Road that is acceptable from highway standards and is approved. We have the capacity within the section 106 for the adjacent site to take an aspect of land within that site and potentially create an access through to Ipswich Road. But what we want to be careful about is creating a through route between Low Road and Ipswich Road. So we can deliver the aims of the neighbourhood plan, but it is slightly subject to, one, a willing developer on the Deb 3 site, and two, us being able to make that connection through. But if that connection was never made, it would only ever be 18 units that was able to make the connection onto Low Road. The remainder that were brought forward from Deb 3 would all have to transfer down to Ipswich Road.
Can I just make a further point about trees? That if there's any possibility of influencing where the trees should be replaced, then it would be particularly important to make sure they were next to the watercourse, rather than just anywhere in Debenham, because trees next to the watercourse are very important ecologically. Thank you.
Mark, do you want to come in?
Yeah, happy to add an informative to that effect. Councillor Hardingham, on the decision notice, members expressed a view that trees should be in Debenham as close to the original site as possible, preferably close to the watercourse. We can do that.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Elkin's got another question.
Thank you, Chair. It was just about the flood risk, because obviously Debenham's had very serious flooding, and I think Low Road, quite a lot of Low Road was badly flooded. So I just wondered if there is, as Councillor Hardingham said, there's a sort of potential for this, a knock-on impact to mean that this temporary access becomes less than temporary for those 18 homes, and it's in a flood risk area, what the implications are of that. I can't remember quite from the mapping, is this actual access in the flood risk zone? Is it in the area that was underwater last winter?
The temporary access would have to cross the watercourse, and that would put it within flood zones 2 and 3. There is a flood risk agreement submitted and approved by the Environment Agency, and the Environment Agency have also granted a permit for works within a non-flood area to the developer to implement the temporary access. That access is higher than the greatest flood level level that should be flowing through that site, so it shouldn't increase flood risk elsewhere, and the Environment Agency are happy that that's the case. In terms of the access that serves the adjacent site, the 18 units, that's higher than minimum flood risk, maximum flood levels as well, and so you would be able to make access off into Low Road. However, if Low Road itself is flooded, then you would be back to the shelter in place. We also have conditions on there about signing up to flood alerts and also making use of flood evacuation plans within the properties as well.
Is that satisfactory? Have you got a further question? Well, if there are no further questions from members, I will now invite the public speakers to address the committee. We don't have anyone from the Parish Council, but we have had their written representation. We don't have an objector or a supporter, so we have the agent, Mr. Leslie Short. If you would like to use your 3 minutes, can I have the timer? With my high-tech timer, welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Leslie Short of Artisan Planning, here to represent Landex, the applicant. The sole purpose of this application and its proposals is to provide a temporary vehicular access to facilitate the construction of 18 dwellings approved under a separate planning permission for the adjacent site. At the front or west side of that site and running along the low road frontage is a watercourse known as the Cherry Tree Brook. To enable the erection of the 18 dwellings approved on that site, this watercourse has to be crossed. The main site access takes the form of a bridge, the components of which are very large and very heavy. Low Road at its frontage to the development site is relatively narrow, and there is no facility to create a working area for its construction on the west side of the Cherry Tree Brook. To access the site directly for the construction of the bridge from Low Road, this would entail long road closures, and the whole process would be fraught with difficulties and have maximum impact on the day-to-day movements of residents of properties opposite the site. There is no access to the site from the north, other than through established residential gardens in private ownership. Similarly, there is no access to the site from the south, but even if there were, such access would still have to cross the watercourse. Access to the site from the east, that's Ipswich Road end, would have to be created across open agricultural fields for a distance of about 240 metres. And there are issues with the construction of a haul road over land in which the applicant has no rights and none which are likely to be granted by the landowner given a covenant imposition on development. The only viable solution to provide access for the construction of the new bridge forming the access to the 18 dwellings is that presented in this application. Although there is an existing bridge immediately to the south of the application site, this is too narrow and isn't capable of bearing the weight of typical delivery vehicles, let alone the heavyweight main bridge components. Turning to the details of the scheme for the temporary bridge, we find it disappointing to note that the Highway Authority is insisting that 2 trees on the low road frontage are removed to provide a visibility display for the new temporary bridge access. Landex has offered to provide a banksman to attend that access when deliveries are due, and that way a controlled position would be established and the trees could be kept. The application includes proposals for the management of construction over its projected 4-week period and a projected 2-week period when the structure is removed. There is also a construction surface water management plan forming part of the application specific to the creation of the temporary bridge. In conclusion, this proposal for a temporary bridge access into the site taken from Low Road is the only viable solution to the problem of how to develop the main site with least impact on the locality. There are no other options, or no viable ones, or those which might have less of an impact on the locality, and I trust that this committee can agree with that and approve the application before you today.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Short? Councillor Warboys?
Thank you very much for your statement. From what you just said, I'm under the impression that you're going to proceed with this development at pace. Could you give us some idea of what you mean by temporary? How long is this bridge well, some idea, not specifically to days and weeks, but some idea of the length of time it's going to be there?
Yes, I can. I think I said in my 3 minutes that the actual physical construction of the temporary bridge access will take about 4 weeks. The question is really how long will it be in place before we're ready to take it out. This is an 18 dwelling scheme, and typically for that sort of scheme, the overall time on site would be approximately 2 years. That's to actually physically build the properties in the first place and then to go through a selling period. So, but if you look at, I don't know if we can go back to looking at the earlier plan of the layout for the development of the 18 dwellings. The point being is that this temporary access bridge is actually part of the development site already approved. And you can see where it's coming in. Landex will need to have it gone by the time they start the construction of that dwelling where the red dot is. But the whole process of construction on this site is temporary bridge in. It then is able to take the main components for the main site access, which you can see on that drawing there, priority is given to the construction of that main access, and once it's in, the temporary bridge, its function is redundant. So it could be earlier than that 2-year period I've just discussed. There is also a condition, I believe, on the original, or the 18 dwelling consent, that requires that access to be put in place first.
Thank you very much.
Trying to.
Thank you. Has anyone else got any questions? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. Can I just ask, you mentioned it was 240 metres to build a sort of temporary haul route across the fields. I just wondered, I understand that that's in different, the land for that is in different ownership and that there's a covenant there, but I just wondered if that had been discussed, considered at all, given that that was the preferred solution in the Debenham neighbourhood plan.
When these sites were allocated as part of the Debenham plan process, we made a specific approach to acquire the site from the then landowner, to discover that they weren't interested in selling because there is a covenant imposed on the land which provides for an overage payment in the event that development takes place. Therefore, the existing owner, the present owner, is not keen on providing a financial sum to the previous owner, and therefore my understanding is that that covenant, that application and restriction on the land is there for at least another 4 years. So yes, and the discussions I had with the agent led me to believe that the owners of that land didn't want to do anything until that covenant was gone. The other thing about the practicalities of the Hall Road, this is a 240-metre run of road over existing agricultural land. It's also the requisite visibility displays that have got to be provided and the impact that that will have on the hedge that is the frontage to Ipswich Road. And then there's the prospect of what road standard do you have to construct so that it's capable of taking 20, 30-ton deliveries? It's massive.
Thank you. Anyone else got any questions? I've got a question. The original application for the 18 dwellings was granted before there was any requirement for biodiversity net gain. And clearly, you constructing a temporary bridge, you've just said it's going to be there for 2 years. And therefore, there's got to be biodiversity loss for those 2 years, even if it's then put back after the 2 years. Are you in any way able to provide more tree planting or nature planting in the development of 18 homes to compensate for that?
If we could go back to the landscaping proposals drawing for the 18 dwelling site, you could see the number of new trees shown on, they're the dark olive green coloured blobs on the drawing. But if this consent for the temporary access is given subject to the CIVAT provisions, then in my book there's £100,000 there with which to do replacement trees and some, but there is no space for it on the site.
Thank you. Further questions from Mr. Short? Thank you very much for your time. So we now have the ward member, Councillor Teresa Davis.
Thank you. Okay, I speak to you today in respect of the application for a temporary bridge proposed to aid the development being undertaken on Low Road. I'm sure you have read all the papers related to this case and will have seen the report collated by our officer and their recommendation. I'm also sure you are much more equipped to gauge what is acceptable and what isn't than I. So I will be speaking about the on-the-ground concerns given by my residents and that I represent. And I hope this will bring to your decision the practicality of the impact of the application that the application proposes. And I will list the 7 points now. The first point, the road is both wider and less congested with parking further down where the original entrance was drawn and agreed in the housing development under planning application DC 20-02129, whereas this proposed temporary access will encounter a narrow road and regular parked cars on the road. In fact, photographs from highways shows these cars. The road narrows by a couple of feet and has the addition of parked residence cars, and this is only a matter of a few yards from the originally proposed access, and probably why the bridge was not chosen as access for this development at the outset, or by the bridge, I should say. I'm concerned that mature oak trees will have to be cut down for visibility for temporary access, and that these trees have a value of some thousands of pounds placed on them. For me and my residents, the trees are irreplaceable, and given current research that the roots support other vegetation in the area and fulfill an important long-standing role along the hedgerow. I'm concerned with respect to residents who live along Low Road, where they are now expected to have to cope with not one but two entrances being made along their road, whereas if the developer stuck to the original plans, there would be disruption for only one entrance. The area is in flood zone 3, and every resident would have seen and experienced the flooding that took place on the 20th of October. Indeed, some carried their children on their shoulders to get to their own homes that are opposite this development. With this in mind, and that small flooding has again taken place in the summer in the space of half an hour, residents are concerned that development itself will now fall into a higher flood zone, and while this may not be something the committee can discuss today, we would like to point this out to the developer and their prospective buyers for when the development of housing begins. We also feel the calculation should be higher. Having seen the effects of what we would say is no longer a 1 in 100 event, we do understand that the data used is acceptable. However, we feel the actual guidelines given to the developers are not. Point 5. We remain concerned about the temporary nature of this bridge, and that if you see fit to permit the application today, that conditions are placed on the bridge so that the aim is to build the second entrance from the inside out to mitigate road closure for the actual entrance further down Low Road, and that once the main access is built, that the temporary access asked for today is immediately closed and repaired to the state that it was, including the long-term investment of cultivating the bats and water vole numbers to where they were before the bridge works were carried out, that at no time should both entrances be used simultaneously, and that a time of under 2 years is sufficient to build the main access from the inside out. I also note that on application DC 24-03422, rather than this one 21, that the most recent report, dated the 6th of May, on water voles specifically, mentions the site of the proposed application, DC 24-03421, and requests a water vole survey is carried out this summer so that a more informed application is made for water vole mitigation licence. In this report, it also mentions a badger set by one of the trees to be felled, and I would also like both of these to be looked at or placed as a condition along the same lines as the bat licence requested by the officer. The existing bridge is a core residence for the water vole, both of which are endangered species. And when it comes to mitigation, mitigation allows for accidental death, which is quite worrying for our established little fellows. We are also aware of the drains in the road along this development flooding very quickly, and this has been reported to Anglian Water this summer. And we would ask that the sewage system is looked at to benefit from improvement when the housing development takes place, to benefit the development when the flooding happens. In conclusion, I've looked at the reports and drawings, and although unable to look at some original application on the planning portal, I am unable to fathom why our native bats and water voles, along with our other wildlife, trees and flora and fauna, have to experience such an upheaval and potentially die so that a temporary entrance can be made. The original plans for this development include an entrance only less than 100 feet along the same road. The developer forming one access at the outset would lead to less disruption, less hedgerow destruction, more trees, and better longer-term health for the area along this road. There would be no duplication and no need for reconstitution to a site precious for its endangered species. It would prevent the upheaval and potential loss to the endangered bats and water voles who already frolic at the existing bridge, and I am told take a carrot or two from the residents. That is the water voles, not the bats. I would therefore like to ask that before the committee make a decision today, that they experience the road from themselves and that the very small difference between the two access points is seen. But it is nonetheless a marked difference in wildlife, flora and fauna, and the narrowing blocking of the road of our residents. Finally, I would like to ask if it is possible to refuse on the grounds of over or unnecessary development of this site to the detriment of our endangered wildlife, homes, or at least propose a site visit to see it in the flesh. I note that the photos that were given seem to be shortly after flooding had taken place and would look very different in the flesh. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of the ward member? Councillor Patchett?
Thank you, Chair. Do you know how regular these sort of fields flood on that side? Did they flood in Storm Babette?
I think the last flooding that they had there that was serious would be about 10 to 20 years ago, so not 1 in 100. And what was more concerning for us was in the summer, we had a downpour of just a half an hour of rain, and that caused flooding to happen along there, and all the sewage came out of the sewer and was going into the river, which is a main concern for us because it's a main tributary.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, then I will now open the item up for debate. So, anybody like to make their first contribution? Looks like I might have to set the ball rolling then. I think this is quite a tricky decision because we've already got the planning permission for the 18 houses, and I'm concerned that if we don't grant this permission, the alternatives which have been described to us as the only way to get those 18 houses built are worse than this solution, because we haven't got permission to get this long temporary track made across the fields. If all the access is going to go onto the access from the 18 houses, all the lorries are going to go in there, and that's got to be built out first. There's going to be more road closures and probably more disruption to the human population. But clearly this is an issue for the biodiversity. I too am a bit concerned about those two oak trees. We didn't have a really good photo of them, but presumably although they're not anything special trees, they presumably are quite mature oak trees, and they will take an awful long time to replace. So I'm not sure if the county council have said they've got to come out, and the agent is saying that there is a way to deal with it without them coming out. Is that still open for negotiation? I think whichever decision we come to today, there'll be winners and losers. So I think it is quite difficult, but I think, if we don't allow this, does that mean that those houses won't get built at all, and this will be a stalled site and be in no man's land forever? Or will we get something worse as an alternative access? I think we have to be just very careful about the conditions and the reinstatement of what is there now, make sure that we know what we've got now, and try and get those trees, the CAVAT money or whatever it was called, to be used somewhere as close as possible to this site. But I do think it is quite a difficult decision. So if anyone else would like to make their comments, Councillor Haddingham's got her hand.
Thank you. Well, you've expressed it all beautifully. Like you say, it's a real tough one. We can understand why they need this access. Like you say, well, it would be easier to build it from the side so it doesn't get in the, in front of the residents' way. And yet, to lose those trees over something that's temporary is a crying shame. And so, like you say, it's a tough one. I'm wanting to, to absolutely sort of, grant it. But like you say, there is, a fair bit of, I want to say human feeling, but, feeling for everything. It's making it tricky. So, I'm right with you, Sarah. It's a tough one.
Councillor Penny?
Yeah, listening to what you've just said, Councillor Mansell, and also the fact that the agent said that there was a 4-year covenant on the site for Deb 4, which means that there is a possibility that that site would be developed after 4 years' time, in which case there would be access onto this Deb 3 site, and all that would mean that there just would be a substantial delay in its development of several years. So that the housing could still be supplied, just not for potentially quite some length of time. I just thought I'd point that out.
Councillor Lawrence?
I must commit, I remain unconvinced at the moment, unless I've got the wrong end of the stick, because I think the agent said this temporary bridge could only be in place until they built the main access. So why destroy the 2 oak trees and impact on the environment as it is for temporary access that could, how long does it take to build the main access? 6 months? Although the agent mentioned 2 years, this could be a 6-month project. So I'm struggling with the fact of why it's necessary at all even. Why not put the temporary access where the main access is? So you've only got one disruption through the hedgerow. So I'm still waiting for more debate on it. Thank you.
Yes, I'm with Councillor Lawrence on that one. I haven't grasped why the main long-term access or longer-term access can't be built in the first place. I feel we're in an unfortunate position because we've got the existing planning permission, which is there for the 18 houses. So it seems evident that ought to be facilitated in one way or another. In terms of the wildlife, is there a possibility of asking for further ecological surveys of the other wildlife on the site along the frontage, the whole frontage, which will be disturbed, and which might then lead to further mitigation measures or BNG replacement?
I think that was probably a question of the officers. We have got something about the ecological survey. So are you able to come in and clarify exactly what these pre-commencement ecological surveys are there to do? Is that what I think that's what Councillor Hardingham was referring to, making sure that we've got an up-to-date ecological survey.
Yes, because in the actual planning papers as submitted, there was only very brief notes really from the Ecology and Place Services, so we didn't see the detail there from what I recall.
I wonder, Chair, sorry, whilst Dan's got the mic, could he just run through again the justification for why the access is required? Just to make it clear again why this is being chosen.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So my understanding is that the temporary access as brought forward is the access that's within Landex's grasp to facilitate. My understanding is that a whole route from Ipswich Road would be 240 metres long and potentially be quite expensive given the weight of vehicles you need to take over it and making sure that the substructures are sufficient to allow that. There is also the existing access approved under DC20 02129 onto Low Road. Part of the issue there as well would likely be, one, you're not within the site building out towards the access. You'd need to potentially close up or divert Low Road for a period of time while you constructed the access from Low Road into the site. And part of that access construction involves creation of a new culvert over the watercourse. So there's some quite complex engineering works required there as well. And obviously you've then got the added disruption of any road closures and the cost associated with long-term road closures as well. That's not to say that there wouldn't necessarily be some road closures if you were to grant the temporary access, because you possibly need to do something while you installed the temporary access, and then probably when you make connection onto Low Road from the main access within the adjacent site, there probably need to be some stopping of diversion. But it's whether that is a lesser degree of disruption, whether that's a lesser degree of road closure, and whether that is then offset by the fact that, you know, if we were to say, well, okay, you've got your established access, build that out, if that's creating significant disruption and impact on the residents of Debenham. So it's one to balance off there for members. We also do have conditions recommended relating to ecology. So in terms of the MHE ecology report, that's been reviewed by Place Services. They're content that there's enough information within that report to support a determination, and that it gives sufficient information about the mitigation and enhancement works to come forward as part of the temporary planning permission. Within the recommendation, we've got a number of conditions. We have the recommended conditions from Place Services about making sure that the ecological mitigation set out in their report is carried out on site. We also have the requirement for a bat licence to be submitted prior to commencement. So that's to show that we've got completion of the application stage to Natural England, and then we can close off the requirement with Place Services. We've also added in a condition for a bank survey, basically, so that we know what is there on the bank before the concrete piles go in. Highways have already asked for one with regards to the highway, so any highways disruption can be put back. I think it's useful to have that there so that we have the bank put back, but as well, remember the layout slide that we had for the landscaping of the adjacent scheme. The temporary access has come through part of the landscaping for that scheme up to one of the plots. So you would already have delivery of the additional landscaping and biodiversity enhancement within the adjacent site. So you'd have that secured already under the previous permission.
Councillor Lawrence, I think, was next.
Thank you, Chair. If we were minded to refuse this temporary application or application for a temporary bridge, would it stop the development being built?
I don't know. It's probably one for the agent and the Landex to respond to. My understanding is that the temporary access is proposed as the most expedient means to bring forward development of the adjacent site. If we were to refuse it, I don't know. They potentially consider options under appeal to the Planning Inspectorate. They might consider whether or not another option is more likely or more, becomes more expedient because members have chosen to refuse this application.
If I may, Chair, also I believe, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, the expiry of this permission for the housing is 15th of June 2025, is that right?
Yes, I'm
just checking. So there's just for your information.
Councillor Elkin.
I think this is more clarification I should maybe have asked earlier, but just so I'm super clear, Councillor Davis asked why the temporary access bridge couldn't be built a little bit further down the lane, sort of near where the more permanent access would be put in. I'm still not super clear why that can't be done. I wondered if it was possible just to see once more the sort of diagram, if you could show us where the temporary one is, where the permanent one's going to be, why the temporary one can't be right next to the permanent one. That would be
Apologies, Chair. So there's the existing bridge for members. This is the location for the temporary access into the site. This is the permanent access in. You'll see that the watercourse widens out in this area. So actually, if you were to put the temporary access over this area, it's probably a longer span of access that would be required, but that's not the application that's in front of members at the moment. We need to be aware that the temporary access as proposed is over here, and while there may be an alternative that members might prefer, we need to be aware that if members want to refuse the temporary permission before them, that we need to do so on the merits of the application and not because there's an alternative that we might prefer to see rather than this one.
Councillor Haddingham.
It's a question for Dan. You know, the applicant is saying that they could save the oak trees. The highways are saying they want them gone. Is there any wiggle room there? What can be done there?
So in terms of retaining the oak trees, I think officers would prefer to see that retained. We have gone to highways and said that they're proposing to have a banksman in place at all times during. So it's someone whose job it is to effectively, they've got a list of their deliveries and times. They set out at the access, and their job is to make sure that vehicles access the site safely and in a controlled manner. So you've got someone there all the time, backing the drivers in, making sure they're not overrunning the temporary access, so to make sure that they can. Highways aren't happy with that. Highways want to see the visibility displays delivered without impediment. The issue would be if we said we're happy with that and we are content for, you know, discussions to be had about retention of T3 and T4 on site. That's all well and good, but it would put Landex in a difficult position with highways, in that if highways require the removal of the trees under the 278 works, they might not be able to sign a 278. So we might grant the planning permission, and the temporary access isn't able to be put in because highways have expressed a view that says we need the visibility displays to be there at all times, thanks, regardless of whether it's a manned access or not.
Councillor Patchett.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, you know, I've been quite quiet on this because you know, Debenham has been a village that we all know flooded, and you know, I'm looking at a report here from the lead local flood authority that says this site is at a higher risk to be likely to flood. So I can't, with my conscience, support anything that will put even one family at risk of having their home destroyed, and we're potentially saying there's going to be 18 homes here that are high risk. You know, the lead local flood authority objects to it, and for me that's enough. That's all I need to see. It's a high risk area. We've given them permission to build these houses, but this was all prior. Now, knowing what we know, we can't unknow it. This land floods. I don't know why they want to build houses here, really.
Well, they've got permission to build the houses. They can be built anyway, so we're not here arguing about whether there's going to be houses on the floodplain. That's already determined. We're here trying to work out whether we're going to allow them temporary access. I must admit, I'm still not happy about these trees. I think if the trees didn't have to come out just for a temporary bridge, I'd probably be happy with it. But I really think that we need to do something to try and save those trees. And it feels like we're in a bit of a stalemate, because if highways are saying that they won't sign off the agreement unless those trees come out, we're stuck. They won't allow it. As Councillor Haddingham said, is there any wriggle room? It sounds like there isn't.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I haven't got the full consultation responses in front of me, I don't know if the words object were used, but as reported, the LLFA deferred to the Environment Agency because it's a main water course, and the Environment Agency didn't ultimately object. So we don't have a consultative objection on floods grounds, basically.
Councillor Hardingham.
In terms of flood risk, as I understand it, the houses themselves. Yeah, I have. Yep. As I understand it, in terms of flood risk, the 18 houses would be in flood zone 1, not actually at risk of flooding according to current, the flooding assessment. I do wonder whether the 1 in 100, rating levels for flood risk are due to be updated at some point in the near future in view of the rainfall events we've had in the last 12 months. It seems to me that we don't have a lot of choice in this, really. Having, since we're faced with the existing grant of permission for the 18 houses, it seems to me that we will probably have to grant permission, but we're going to have to be very thoughtful about what conditions are imposed.
Councillor Penny?
I know we're not here to discuss alternatives, but I was wondering if there are there any trees further along the road where to access the site compound rather than result in the loss of these two trees. If they're, I don't know what the landscape is like further up the road or access possibilities are, but I know we're not here to discuss that.
Councillor Warboys?
Yeah, it is a difficult one, this, and I've swung both ways while listening to comments and questions. I am convinced by the agent's arguments that this was facilitate the bringing forward of this housing. Development on this sort of scale is always going to be disruptive, and it is in everyone's interest to minimise it. But I do struggle with the highways conditions that we've got a very permanent bit of destruction. And if I understand it properly, without the caveat value of £101,500 worth of oak trees, not counting the hedgerow and all the rest of it, for a temporary bridge. And that is the problem I find, that it's the impact on the environment. It's the balance between the impact on the environment, if you like, and the facilitation of this development and minimising disruption to the town. So, and as the planning officer said, it's going to be very difficult for us to sort of put a condition which will bring us into conflict with Suffolk Highways, because they're unlikely to listen, in my opinion.
Yeah,
so I'm sitting on the fence at the moment.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I just think that maybe Suffolk County Council's requirements are too stringent for what is a temporary access. But we've heard from the planning officer that they won't retract that. So I really don't know what we do, because I don't think you can put a monetary value on a couple of big oak trees, really. So it's all very well getting a load of money, but we don't even know if the trees, they're going to be, even if they are replaced in Debenham, which they might not be, they're going to take years to get to that state. So we've got a bridge that's going to be used for a couple of years, causing 50 years worth of damage to the vegetation. So I mean, what I want to do is I want to defer it and go back to highways and say, look, are you serious that these trees have got to come out for a temporary access? But I presume that's not really an option.
We have asked that question of highways, and they're sticking to their guns on the removal of the trees.
I really don't know where we go, because I think it's we want to minimise the disruption to the trees, and we haven't got that option anymore. Even though Mr. Short has assured us that we can have a sort of access that's only available when it's manned, but that isn't good enough for highways, and we think highways are overreacting. Councillor Hardingham.
Yeah, I may be running somewhat against the grain of this discussion, but I'm not quite so hung up on the 2 trees as some of the other members. £100,000 can do an awful lot of good from an ecological point of view in quite a short timescale, because scrubland and just unkempt grassland can be very valuable from a habitat point of view, and the trees could come through later. But it seems to me that we shouldn't get too hung up just on the 2 trees, because other ecological improvements can be made with that amount of money.
Councillor Haddingham.
Well, with what Councillor Hardingham has just said, I'm going to throw the cat among the pigeons. What I feel I want to do is to argue with highways, and what I'd like to do is to say, how about 1 tree? But I realise that we're not even in that position, clearly, to be bargaining with anyone. And so, like I say, throw the cat among the pigeons. I'm going to propose that we accept this and to move forward. You know, just to move this forward. I'm going to, you know, go for accepting this, and I'm going along with our officer's opinion to approve this.
So that is a proposal. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hardingham, you're seconding?
Yes, I'll second that, but I think we should tighten up considerably on the condition for removal of the temporary bridge, so that goes within, let's say, the 2 years that the agent has said it will be required for.
Are you happy with that? Councillor Warboys, will you put your hand up to second, or are you... anything else you want to say? Do you want to put your mic on?
With regard to how mitigation for the loss of the trees can be carried out, and I think supporting the proposal that minimising the disruption by better access to the site would be a positive.
Thank you. And can we put an informative about trying to make use of that money as close to the site as we can, if that is possible, if it can't actually be binding, but we can ask. If that's all right with the proposal and seconder.
Sorry. But anyway, it's obviously pointless to go to highways again, but I always feel like, you know, that they want to know how strongly we felt. But anyway, if that's nonsense, then whatever. But yes, lots of conditions. Let's tighten it up.
So,
sorry, Chair, can I clarify? Was it suggested that there be a rewording of a condition there, or something extra put on one of the conditions just now? Was that being put forward as a suggestion by...
I think there was a proposal that the tightening up of the reversal of reinstating the bank and the ditch as it is wants to be tightened up with a time limit of how long it's going to take to actually do that once they've stopped using the bridge. Is that possible?
I see. So to be done within a certain amount of time after, yeah.
So
okay.
Once the bridge is no longer needed, we want it to be put back to what it is now as soon as possible.
Within,
so whatever is a reasonable length of time.
6 months, for example.
6 months or something.
Okay, got you.
If that is an acceptable
that's the fourth
wording.
condition. Yeah. Okay.
So, has anybody else got anything they wish to add? If not, I might just ask Mark if he can just read out what we have got now as any extra conditions before we go to the vote.
Yes, thanks, Chair. So I don't believe there's any extra conditions, but you did ask for some tightening up of the fourth one, which we just discussed, which was 6 months timetable after to complete the making good. And in addition, there was the informative, which we just discussed, the caveat replacement trees to be planted as close to the site, preferably close to the watercourse as possible.
Right, thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Can I just ask one more question, please, Chair? Just for clarity. I know we've got the proposal, we've got it seconded. What I'd like to know is if we were minded to grant permission, but with a condition that the trees weren't removed and a banksman was put in place, would that not then mean any appeal would be against the Highways Authority and not against this planning department? Because we've accepted it and conditioned it, and it's Highways that have to move and not us.
We are the decision taker, so it would be against us. But obviously the key contributor to the appeal would be the Highway Authority explaining its position. We generally advise not to go against the expert advice of the Highway Authority, much as members have some issues with their position on this, so I'd advise not to do that.
Mr Isbell, were you itching to come in there? So I thought you looked agitated. Right, if...
Chairman,
yeah.
I will. I mean, just to clarify, if you're going to take a decision which involves technical grounds, you need technical advice. And that doesn't matter whether it's highways or anything else. So you're talking about highways considerations. If you get into an argument around that, and this involves a decision which is subsequently challenged, you as the decision-making body, well, we as the council will be responsible for defending that. The Highway Authority will have to come along, but it will be our decision that will be on the books. It is always better, in my experience, from numerous cases at appeal, to have your own professional advice on what is reasonable before you reach your decision. So I'll leave it there, Chairman.
Thank you. So if there's no further questions, I will ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote. And we are voting on the conditions as they are on the recommendation on page 24, plus whatever Mark's just said.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 6 votes for and 2 against. Therefore, that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to propose that we have a 5-minute break before we go on to the next item. So can we be back in here for 5 to... Thank you. So we will now move straight on to item 7B, DC 22000416, land adjacent to the north roundabout on the A140, Ipswich Road, Brome, part in the parish of Thrandeston. And could I just remind everybody to speak clearly into the mic so that everyone is able to hear clearly. If you need to bring the mic a little bit closer, that would be really helpful to speak clearly. Thank you. So I will now, so in attendance for this application, we also have Jason Skilton, who's the flood and water engineer from Suffolk County Council. And if there are any questions relating to flood and water drainage, we can direct them at him later on. So I will now invite the case officer, Alex Scott, to introduce the application to committee. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, members, this is an application for outline planning permission with all matters reserved for the erection of a petrol and electric charging facility with an associated shop, a roadside restaurant with drive-through facility, office and storage and distribution starter units. The number at present is unspecified, but the indicative plan shows 24 of those units, and they would be land use class E, G and B8 presently. There would also be a proposal for an HGV lorry park and rest area for drivers. Again, this is an outline form, but the indicative plan shows 14 spaces for HGV parking. And in the description of development, all the proposed will be phased development, and we have an indicative phased plan, but perhaps some tidying up to do on that, but I'll come on to that in a moment. And the site is land adjacent to the north roundabout, off the A140, I airfield, within the parishes of Brome and Thrandeston. So, point to pick up, the application is returned to committee following resolution by the previous committee on the 23rd of November in 2022. And at that time, members were minded to approve, subject to resolution of certain matters, those being sewage, flooding, and the Environment Agency comments, noise issues and the use and location of the lorry park, sustainability details, the identification of gas infrastructure, where that would be, and impacts, and confirmation of the status of the large trees on the site. There are 5 large trees on the site, and the question is, are those protected by tree preservation orders? I believe we have covered all those points. It's taken us a while, so apologies for that. But in terms of the sewage, we have a map in the presentation which I can show, showing the nearest Anglia Water Station to the development, showing the location of that. Flooding issues, I believe are mostly resolved on, but there is an amendment, as I understand, to the officer recommendation, which I understand the area planning manager will pick up at the conclusion of my presentation. The noise issues and location of the lorry park, that has been revised, which I'll come on to in my presentation, basically switching the starter units and the lorry park locations around. Sustainability details have been outlined, and there is now a condition in accordance with your policy LP23, which we've included in the recommendation. The gas infrastructure details are provided, and it's considered that though the development is outside of the risk zones as outlined by the Health and Safety Executive, so we have details of that. Now, the tree preservation order status of the trees, it's been confirmed by your arboricultural officer or tree officer that those are not presently protected by TPOs. However, if you were minded to approve, we would put in a condition, the landscaping aftercare condition, which would protect those trees during construction and for a period of at least 5 years following. So there would be protection available by that Avenue. So on to the presentation itself. So this is the location of Eye Airfield within the district, and the approximate location of the site within the immediate area. So we can see the whole Eyefield development there. There is the town of Eye. We have Yaxley, Thrandeston, and Brome. And this is an aerial view of the site, here outlined in orange and purple hatched. So a portion of the site will be undeveloped greenfield, and these are the 5 trees referred to. And this is the end of the former runway of Eye Airfield, existing hard standing here. And it also incorporates a little bit of greenfield land here. At the end, and this is just a closer view of the site. Incidentally, the site does benefit from an access arm to the north roundabout, which has been recently constructed. Perhaps a correction in my report, I said that wasn't presently in use. Certain information recently received indicates that it may now be in use. So just a slight correction to my report there. This is an aerial photograph provided by the applicant showing the site. So the greenfield area here again, the trees, the north roundabout, the distributor road across here, the end of the former runway, hard standing in this location, and the greenfield site, a portion of that would be in the site area as well. This photograph is a couple of years old now, and there have been a few temporary uses of this bit of land, including the storage of materials, as you can see here. There was also a period where there were shipping containers on the site, a significant number of those. Those have now gone, and presently it has been used by a haulage company, as has been evident by recent visits to the site by myself. This is the constraints map. So the site, outside of the settlement boundary, any settlement boundary of the current development plan, but it is within the Eye Airfield development area. We can see here again the north roundabout, and there is a public right-of-way which runs adjacent to the north of the site and through this way, and there is an existing footpath and cycleway, which I have a photograph of, which runs to approximately this point, and there is part of the proposal and recommendation is securing a financial contribution via Section 106 to improve access to Eye. Now, it's not specified where exactly that would be, but it's something we would have to resolve as your officers prior to issuing any formal approval, subject to your recommendation today, of course. Another constraint here highlighted is listed buildings. Now, there are several here on the main road into Eye, the closest being Mill House here, adjacent to the caravan park, which is in this location. This is a site location plan provided with the application. And the current site layout now, please bear in mind, this is an outline application, all matters reserved. This is indicative of the moment. Now, a change in what members at committee saw previously was the swapping of the proposed lorry park, which was previously in this location, as I think is still shown on the next slide, the phasing plan, which we would need to revise prior to the issue of any permission. And starter units are now proposed to be closer to the residential caravan park, which is the closest residential properties to the site. Now this is the phasing plan proposed, so as part of the overall proposal, the development would be proposed to be built in phases, with the service station first, then the lorry park, then the drive-through and restaurant, and finally the starter units at phase D as currently proposed. This is a plan showing the National Grid high-pressure gas pipeline location approximately. So the site here is in red, and this would pass through I airfield at the point of the compressor, which is a distance to the south. And this is showing the Anglia water sewage facility, which is 480 metres from the site to the northwest, so just showing the location of that. And this is the gas pipeline proximity. So there is a, notwithstanding the high pressure, there is a local gas pipeline going again into the compressor, which would be in this location highlighted in green. So the opposite side of A140 and access to the site through I airfield. But the site's acceptable distance from the compressor and pipelines as set out in the report. So onto some photographs. So we're here at the far northeast, looking back across the distributor road. So this is existing foot and cycleway, which leads from the roundabout round the corner, and the top of the site commences here. And again, so we're in this location, looking back across the site, and this is the existing access of the roundabout, which is presently in use as per my understanding. And looking back in the other direction, and the former runway, existing hard standing area, which is now proposed for the starter units with the lorry park beyond. And just a close-up of that and this existing green area. So the site does comprise part of that, but not all of that green area. And then you have Humphrey's car showroom in the distance, and of course the very prominent wind turbines on I airfield. And this is the greenfield part of the site to the west, and the significant trees, as mentioned. And just looking back in this direction along the distributor road towards the residential caravan site, which are the nearest residential properties. And again to the north, the end of the runway, and then just a closer view of that existing access now in use, it's believed. So I've included this map. This is Google Maps as referenced, showing the entire I airfield, its relationship to the town of I here, and the site will be at the top here in this location. Now the gas compressor mentioned in this location, and there's a new housing development going on in this location as well. And this plan I've just included, which is the surface water flood map, showing the various annual exceedance probabilities here. So the darker areas are the areas at higher risk of surface water flooding on an annual basis, so 3.3% chance of flooding. That's really what that means. And indicatively, these are the locations of the buildings in accordance with that. So that concludes the officer presentation. Officer recommendation as set out in the papers with some amendments to the recommendation, as I believe the area planning manager will run through for members now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members? Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks. Just a quick one. Just on that last slide, Alex, you were just showing the sort of the superimposed thing, and it looked like the drive-through was in the way, well, the trees were in the way of that, so the trees are all staying, are they?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the proposal to retain those trees, and if you're minded to approve, we would put in conditions to protect those trees during construction and after. Yes.
Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. Could you talk us through the flood issues a little bit? Because we saw that some of the area was in had surface water flood risk. So obviously with a petrol station, there's potential for sort of runoff. I think it's on top of aquifers in that area. It's also above I, and I assume there's potential for groundwater problems if it's running down into the main sort of Dove that's running through I. And I believe there's also some concern about flooding in a different direction onto farmland. So I just wondered if you could talk through all of those things for us.
Okay, yes. I think there's been quite a bit submitted with the application in terms of references, in terms of concerns with existing flood issues of the site. That plan we showed you there would be the surface water risk. So, parts of the site are at risk, and because of that, we would need a sequential test, we believe. So if you're minded to approve, that would be part of our recommendation, as I understand, so we get that sorted. I mean, a thing to note is the layout as proposed is indicative at the moment, so there's potential to move buildings and hard standing around, or make that flood resilient, whatever is appropriate, and when we get to a detailed stage. But in terms of the flood risk assessment, we have that looked at and considered by the LLFA, and we do have Jason here for further questions, if that's appropriate.
Did you want to come back, and did you have any questions for Jason about flooding? I don't know. You're obviously quite familiar with the area. Mic on and bring it a bit closer to you so that everyone can hear.
Yeah. One was about, I just saw mention in the report that this is, the Environment Agency wanted, I think, above ground water storage, and they were a bit concerned about the aquifers, and as it's a groundwater protection zone. So I was just asking, are we happy that that's all covered? And the other one was about the flooding off the site onto nearby farmland. If there's anything you can add to what's in the report about that.
Good morning. So with regard to the off-site flooding, within the non-technical standards set out by DEFRA, there is requirements that they have to make a provision for no above-ground flooding in the 1 in 30-year event, or no additional off-site flooding, the 1 in 100% plus climate change. So basically, they would have to design a drainage system that contains the water within the site that it generates and anything that's already fallen on it. So with regard to the predicted flood risk that's on there from surface water, they would look to contain that and then control that with regard to its discharge.
Is that it, or are you coming back? Right, do you want to, right, so I think we've got Councillor Hardingham.
Yeah, just to follow up on the flooding, can you tell us exactly how much rain would fall during a 1% AEP event? I understand that it's over a 6-hour period. So what is the amount of rainfall that one would expect to measure in a rain gauge after a 1% probability rainfall event?
So that varies across the country. So
yeah, but I'm talking about this site.
About this site?
Yeah.
Well, that's all tied up in actually the modelling and the work that's done. So I'd actually have to dive into the model to get the actual data out.
Yeah, and it's a little bit difficult for us as lay people who have plenty of experience of rainfall, but to actually interpret that in terms of what a 1% event would mean according to the predictions based on the models that we have. Because the general feeling amongst the public is that the models are probably out of date already in view of what we've had in the last 8 months. So you're not able to tell me, how many inches of rain one might expect in a 1 in 130 or 1 in 100 year probability.
So the EA national flood maps that we were referring to were produced in January 2022, so that was the last update. Mm-hmm. They have now frozen any other further updates to any of the national modelling with regard to flood maps until next year. So with regard to the rainfall events that happen, for instance, on Storm Babette, none of that has been programmed into those predicted flood maps. With regard to an actual rainfall, that's all dependent on so many different factors, depending on a site. And as I said, you'd have to dive back into the model to actually get that out and give you a specific figure of whether it's 25 mil, 50 mil, 75 mil, and the extent of the flooding.
Yeah, I mean, it would be useful to have that information when it comes to making a decision like this, so that we can use our own personal experience of the likelihood of an event like that happening in this area.
So that's what the national predicted flood maps are there. So they're to show you in a very simple term with regard to the extent of flooding based on those likelihoods of a rainfall event each year. So I can't give you each sort of depth on every single one across Suffolk, because that's all programmed into the national flood maps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Haddingham.
Sorry, it's just possibly me being a bit of an idiot. But anyway, Jason, I mean, I've never seen before a surface flooding thing. Why is it relevant here? Normally you have where the water courses and all the flood zones and all the rest of it, but I've never seen a surface.
So there is actually 5 types of flood risk. The one that most people are aware of is flooding from rivers or sea, which is when you talk about flood zones 1, 2 and 3. Surface water flooding is prevalent across Suffolk, and you do find different areas of Suffolk will have the surface water flooding. It's probably just an understanding from the public of not seeing these maps on a very frequent basis, and the fact that most of the times that flooding occurs, people look at flooding from the river or sea. So we use these day in, day out with regard to how we analyse flooding to development.
So is this area more prone than others,
Again, it's down to the geology. So a lot of Eye, for instance, has got clay. So you will find that Eye will have sporadic areas of surface water flooding where the water essentially pools in areas on a site, depending on the topography, because it can't drain away naturally through infiltration. And it has to, and it has to find its way off-site into those water courses, which then carry the water away to a main river.
Any further questions? I've got a couple of questions which are not related to flooding, so I'll just ask Alex. You say there is some money to be associated with this development to provide better sustainable access to Eye. How far away is Eye from the site, and is there any identified routes in our LC WIP that need to be upgraded in order to get people from this site to and from Eye? That's my first question.
Right. I'm not sure of the exact distance to Eye or the town centre, but if we could have the presentation just showing the Google map. So there, yeah, so we can see the site here, and this is Eye here. So what we have at the moment is a paved pedestrian and cycle route existing. However, that only extends to approximately here. Now, we don't have any detail about, from SEC Highways, this would be about where they are proposing to extend that. But yeah, we would have to get more detail of that following committee, if you're minded to approve, of course.
But there aren't any other rights of way that have been identified that need upgrading in our LC whip, not necessarily the pavement alongside a highway. I was just wondering whether there was another route, a bridleway, for instance, that could be upgraded in order to facilitate that. But maybe that's something we need to ask the ward member if you're not aware of it. And my other question, which I've temporarily forgotten what it is. Oh yeah, the roadway that sort of divides the petrol station side and the storage and unit side, is that access to other parts of other things on the airfield site, or is it just solely to get to this site? I haven't been up the A140 since that roundabout was built. Just goes to show you, we always got up the A11 from our side of the county.
I'm not sure about rights of access, but certainly one would be able to drive or indeed cycle.
Are those units further south on the site? Are they accessed from this roundabout, from this new roundabout, down that access way, or do they access from some other part?
Well, there is an existing access just to the south of the site, which they certainly do use. But in terms of rights of access or what's proposed for that arm of the roundabout, I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe
I can help answer that question.
Well, you can answer that when it comes to your turn.
Okay, I just thought I would help you in that.
No, you'll get your turn, and I can ask it again then. Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. I was also going to ask about the cycle route, because there isn't a pavement for most of the way between and the airfield, and it's a two-lane road, so there isn't an obvious perhaps place to put a cycle route, but there are various footpaths through up to the airfield, but they're all in different ownership, and yeah, it'd be good to have some more information about that. But my question was about the economic thinking really behind this, because there's a small local business petrol station and small shop about a minute away, and then there's a BP larger petrol station with EV charging and a larger retail store sort of 5 minutes away up the A140. So I was just a little bit curious. I know that doesn't take into account the business units, but on the retail side of things, I was just wondering what the thinking was, and also what the impact would be on the existing. I think there's 2 small local businesses. I can't quite tell if they're on this site or just off it. There's a local farm shop, very successful local farm business that has its outlet store. I think it may have been built since those photos were taken, but it is right there. And then there's another smaller outlet that sells bacon rolls to the lorry drivers and things like that. So I was just wondering what the impact was going to be on those businesses.
Okay, so in terms of the planning policy provision, I mean, you mentioned their need. Is there a need for another service station? It's not essentially part of our planning policy considerations. But in terms of the location of the site, is in the right location. You know, it's on an existing industrial site. It's adjacent to one of our main roads in the district, so it fits all that sort of criteria in terms of when we're assessing principle, particularly in terms of economic developments such as this. So they're your main considerations, I would suggest. But yeah, I do take the point there are, and they're, you know, the existing businesses. What would the impact be on them? Answer is I'm not entirely sure. But, yeah.
Do we know if they're on the? Sorry, is that right? Do we know if they're on the red line site or outside of it? The 2 existing.
The adjacent farm shop you mentioned. I was a case officer for that application actually. That's not on this side. But it would be immediately adjacent to the site. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Patchett, did I see your hand go up?
This is just a question about interceptors and balancing ponds. So obviously I've looked at the drawings, but I can't see any sort of cross-sectional drawings of the underground, because I know we're sort of not, perhaps maybe not into that detail yet, but has there been any mention of interceptors and balancing ponds? This is for fuel spillage, because obviously if this is a lorry park, they'll probably hold a hell of a lot more fuel than what you would on a standard petrol station, and also you have to allow for the actual the fuel tanks of the lorries themselves, or even, well, you could even have fuel distribution lorries parking up to use the site, so you've got potentially tens of thousands of litres of whatever fuel that could potentially leak out, because it does happen. So what plans have they got for interceptors under the ground to intercept this fuel, and then how do you separate it from the standard watercourse?
I'm going to answer that, Jason. Thank you.
So it's not technically within our remit, but I will answer it. So there is requirements for petrol stations and filling stations to essentially have the forecourt water will go into the foul drainage system rather than the surface water system. That's to ensure you're not getting contamination of groundwater and water bodies. So in normal cases, what you'd have is you'd have a bypass separator or a class 1 separator, which will be in line in the pipe system, and in the event of a spillage, they would be sized to accommodate that spillage. Now, with regard to a lorry park, that is different, and what they normally do is they would have a bunded area for vehicles with hazardous loads. So again, that would be contained within the area and go into its own separate drainage system, which would then go into the foul network.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Penny?
Yeah, just in relation to a comment from Brome Parish Council, where they were concerned about the accuracy of the plans and whether any consideration had been given to the Four Oaks caravan site, where there are permanent homes. Has any consideration been given to them, or
in terms of the noise impacts raised previously?
Any impacts on them, and I don't know where their location is on the map.
Well, we can certainly show you that, yes.
Thank you.
No, it was a consideration that members were concerned about previously, and the concern at that time was the location of the lorry park being the closest part of the development to that. Since then, we've revised that, we've moved it further away. I did write down the figure. Yes, so 160 more metres away, and you would have the proposed economic units, business units in between. Now, previously, your environmental protection officers were satisfied, and there would be further mitigating conditions there with the impacts of the lorry park, particularly in terms of noise. There's been some concern about lighting as well. I know the existing site is well lit. I think that's evident if you go there in hours of darkness. But again, that's a matter of details, but we would be able to condition that and have control.
Did you have your hand up as well, Councillor Elkin? I thought I saw your hand.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly come back. You mentioned that the that any runoff was sort of diverted into the foul water system, but I just wondered where it went from the site, which direction it was going, because if it's running down the 1077 towards there's a particular problem with the foul water system where it's a long-running problem. Every time we have heavy rain, the drain system overflows and raw sewage runs down the high street in So any other pollutants that are in the foul water system are going to join in with that if it's going in that direction.
So, as I said, from an LFS perspective, we don't normally, we wouldn't look at the foul. That would be for Anglian Water and the undertaker. But yeah, in essence, if the system was overloaded, then it would cause it to surcharge. Usually that would be a comment that would be put to Anglian Water, and then they would have to respond back. But in essence, with regard to a spill, there would be an interceptor which would have a volume of storage for that spill scenario, whether it be 10,000 litres, 20,000 litres, etc., depending on the class and the size of the development, and that would provide your storage that it would then treat the water and then could be emptied out.
Put your mic on, please.
It's a long-running problem, and Anglian Water are aware. It's been going on for some years. But yeah, potentially then, if the amount of spill was beyond the storage tanks, it could end up on the high street in
Yeah, I can't comment any further. I'm just giving you as much information.
Is that something that would be Anglian Water's responsibility? Can I just clarify from the planning officers? And did they make a relevant comment when they were consulted on this application? If there is an overspill of the foul drainage, that's Anglian Water's problem, and they are meant to deal with it. Am I right there?
In terms of the Water Authority, I believe that's Essex and Suffolk Water, not Anglian Water, but yeah. Is it Anglian Water?
For foul water, yeah.
For foul water, okay. No, my mistake. I'm sorry. Yeah. So yes, it would be their responsibility, yeah.
Any questions? Councillor Hardingham.
Well, I'm aware that in terms of runoff from water runoff during a rainfall event, the current situation is that it has to be controlled to no more than the greenfield runoff rate. Have we got any latitude to ask for better than the greenfield runoff rate? So in other words, a reduction in the flood risk from the situation which exists at present?
So originally when this application put in the consultant class, this is a solely brownfield site, which was corrected by the LFA, and it was actually a mix of a greenfield site and a brownfield site. And what they've actually proposed is to limit the entire site of the development to what we call Q-bar, which is the 1 in 1 year rainfall event, to 4.9 litres per second. So overall, you are getting betterment because this is a green, what we call a green brown site development.
Could I come back on that? I thought I had seen in the documents that the runoff rate was going to be limited to 2 litres per second, which is actually 7.2 cubic metres per hour.
The document that I've got in front of me on which has got a 4.9 litres per second. I can clarify that. I'll have a look back, but I'm pretty sure that was 4.9 litres per second.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Elkin.
Just one quick one. You mentioned the large oak trees, but I just wanted to ask, there's actually a relatively newly planted, I think about 12 oak trees along that round green space. And obviously they're still fairly small, and I don't know how many years they've been there, but I just wondered if there was any potential to, if they have to be, by the look of it, removed for something to be built there, whether there was any way to require or ask for something similar to be put back, even if it's on another bit of the site.
Yes, I mean, anything that is proposed in the final scheme of landscaping would be able to protect, is the first thing to say. If anything needs to come out, then we would look to have suitable replacements, ideally on the site, as part of the overall landscaping scheme.
Which we do at
that is presently reserved, certainly in detail. Yeah.
So we don't need to include anything at this stage for looking after
It's something to be mindful of, for a future application, certainly. But we can take that.
Thank you. So if there are no further questions from members, I will now invite the public speakers to address the committee.
Sorry, Chair. Mark wants to. We're just putting a new photo up onto the system.
Sorry, Chair and members. Yeah, there's one missing, which I think you need to look at.
Okay, thank you. Over to you then, Mark.
Is it now in? Yes. Alex, if you go back to your presentation. Alex had shown us the flood map. Here we are. So there's a dispute about the levels, basically. This was referred to recently. So the top one is from the Environment Agency. The bottom one is from the applicant. If you go to the next slides, you can see each of those in more detail. So that's what the Environment Agency mapping says, which I think Jason alluded to. It dates from
January 2022.
January 2022. And I think you described a sort of moratorium and updating them until next year, is that right? If you go to the next one, please, Alex, the applicant has done their own work, and that is their conclusion about where the true flooding issues are, i.e. somewhat less. So that may form part of the debate that's about to follow. I just thought you should be aware of that.
Thank you. Thank you. So anyway, I will now invite the public speakers to address the committee, and we have Mr. Philip Freeman from the Parish Council. You have got your 3 minutes, which I will time.
Sorry, Madam, can I just ask that Mrs. Fleming goes first?
No, I'm sorry, we stick to an order. It's
okay, sorry,
no,
it's just
Parish
she's
Council
got to go.
First. Oh, did you need to leave quickly, Councillor Fleming?
I've got a dental appointment at 12. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
And I'm sorry, I didn't realise it would go on this long.
Yeah, okay, we'll let Councillor Fleming. Councillor Fleming is the Suffolk County Council councillor, and she will report on matters relating to Suffolk County Council. So over to you, Councillor Fleming.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for accommodating me on that. I'm the County Councillor for the Hartismere Division, and I represent Brome and Thrandeston. My comments focus on water and flood management as well as pollution prevention. I have concerns based on consistent and evidenced communication with area landowners that the water management elements of this application are not sufficiently comprehensive and can be improved upon substantially. First off, on flood and stormwater cumulative impacts. This application is an EIA application. It demands a wider approach to assessment than other major applications. Best practice on EIA since the 2017 amendments suggests that existing schemes should be considered along with the actual proposal, schemes that are approved but not yet started construction, and those schemes that are considered highly likely to be going forward. Now, it is clear that the approach taken to flood risk and water management for this application did not look systematically at cumulative impacts of the surface water drainage and stormwater from the petrol station and other locations in Eye, such as Cranswick Chicken, potential expansion, new energy infrastructure, as well as the existing developments. In fact, the Eye airfield and environs has not to date been assessed for cumulative flood and water management risk. I have listened to the concerns expressed by local land managers on drainage and agree that this issue should be looked into in a holistic manner and properly understood before further large-scale developments are allowed. Mitigation measures may be available to avoid things like damage to farmland and sensitive sites on the other side of the A140 and to reduce compounding flooding downstream. Points made by local landowners include reference to ambiguity regarding the direction of water flow from the airfield and around the A140 and effects of changing the water regime on sensitive land, farming and ecology. We have a SSSI nearby in Thrandeston, and we also have sensitive ecological sites the other side of the A140. Keep in mind that surface water doesn't always flow over ground. It flows underground and then re-emerges, and this is particularly prevalent in the sort of geology that in this area. Pollution prevention and petroleum storage. The Environment Agency has highlighted the vulnerability of the underlying aquifer and rightly recommended above-ground storage tanks as opposed to underground. However, its comments are somewhat ambiguous on this point, and it's not clear what the situation is yet with this application. The site is underlined by secondary and principal aquifers, being the Cretaceous chalk and crag zones, both highly valuable, highly used, and in fact now limited. We all know that there's a shortage of water-mere in the Hartismere area, and it would seem essential to avoid groundwater contamination.
Are you almost at the end?
Yes, I am almost at the end.
If you can finish with a final sentence, that would be great. Thank you.
I've got a little bit more than a final sentence, but I would like to ask that this application is deferred until a firm position can be taken in favour of above-ground storage, in favour of a comprehensive assessments of surface water drainage from the point of view of both quantity and quality, and a holistic flood and water management review of the airfield area. I would also ask, in light of the amenity for local residents, that when it comes to construction, if or when this application is approved, that a rigorous construction management plan be prescribed with route designations, avoiding cut-throughs, strong noise and dust control, and controls that consider outlying parishes which could be affected by construction traffic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Councillor Fleming?
Jason would like to comment, actually.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to say a lot of the comments with regard to sort of pollution control would be tied up into the actual design detail, like the reserve matters and the discharge requirements. So a lot of the pollution management even would be done at the reserve matters and the discharge of conditions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much, Councillor Fleming. So we'll now go back to Mr. Philip Freeman from the Parish Council. You've got your 3 minutes, and I will start the timer when you start talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For those who don't know very much about High Airfield, it is considerably higher than the land around it, and water must logically drain from it into the surrounding area. There have been problems with flooding more recently than previously, and the landowners say that it is the only time in living memory there has been the regular flooding. Now, I know that you have had an opportunity to see a video which I provided to you of flooding, and I think it's important that I stress to you that it isn't all from 1 or 2 incidents. We're all aware of what happened last October. I was driving back from Colchester from a meeting there and found it difficult to get home. But nonetheless, that was an extreme event. There was a lot of flooding associated with it. But on other occasions, for example, on the 2nd of January, there was only 16 millimetres of rain, which led to flooding in that area. On the 24th of December 2020, which again I'm sure you'll remember as Christmas Eve, there was 43 millimetres. The one on the 20th of October was 67 millimetres. Now the advantage I have is that I keep rainfall records for Thrandeston, so I know what has gone on. A comment was made in one of the documents that the Parish Council received that this is unprecedented rainfall in the last 3 years. That is incorrect. More rain was experienced between 2011 and 2013 than has been experienced between 2021 and 2023. This is the benefit of having local knowledge, and occasionally it would help if people were to take notice of that. The Parish Council has had considerable problems communicating with Planning Department of Mid Suffolk District Council. There have been many requests made from on-site meetings with officers which have been rejected or not even answered, as Mr. Scott no doubt will remember. I've emailed him on many occasions. Now, this has not been helpful at all. This led to a meeting with Adrian Ramsey, MP, on the 9th of August, because the Parish Council had got to the end of its tether and decided the only route forward was to involve the Member of Parliament, the new Member of Parliament. He promised to set up a meeting to discuss a site meeting of what was actually taking place. However, this meeting today has prevented that from happening. We've had contact with the lead local flood authority. That has not been helpful. There are on the plans that we have seen errors, but which have been identified by the landowners, insofar as water is shown to flow uphill. Not even Mr. Humphreys can arrange for water to flow uphill.
Are you almost at the end?
I am nearly
I'll give
there.
you another couple of
Yeah.
sentences as I did for Councillor
And there are
Fleming.
ditches where there are none. Now, that is a significant problem in terms of that. And the one final thing I will make, and it supports what Councillor Fleming has just said, it is vital that there is a strategic plan for the development of our airfield. Currently, it is piecemeal, haphazard, unthought out with the implications for the local area. And it isn't only this particular application which is affecting it, but others that are coming to you in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go over to the questions from the other members, I will ask you the question that you said you'd be able to answer. Is the roadway between the lorry park and the petrol station side of this development, is that a through route for access to other parts of our airfield?
Yes.
Lots of them, or one or two, or what?
It's to the main site of the airfield, and it also, as was mentioned, to the farm shop, which is there. There are two accesses, one off the roundabout and one directly from the A140, which was supposed to have been closed once the roundabout was opened, but it never was.
So it was the local belief that once the roundabout with that access was created, that would be the main access onto the whole of the industrial site on the airfield.
As I understand it, yes.
Thank you. Are there any further questions to ask Mr. Freeman from the Parish Council? Anyone else got any questions? Your time. So we don't have an objector, we don't have a supporter, we have the agent, Jack Wilkinson. If you would like to make your presentation, and I will time you with my timer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Jack Wilkinson, the planning consultant acting for and on behalf of the applicant, RH Developments, and the lead agent, Hollins Architects. The outline application before you is for 24 commercial starter units, alongside a petrol filling and charging facility, restaurant and lorry parking. The proposal is suitably located within an arterial transport corridor and accordingly is supported by the JLP and MPPF. We endorse the planning balance provided by your officers through the committee report, and as shown, there are several routes to approval. We're grappling purely with the principle of development here. As the starting point, the scheme is aligned with local and national planning policy and is underpinned further by the fact that there are no technical reasons at this stage to refuse planning permission. There are no professional objections to this application, and we can discuss that shortly. It is unfortunate that one parish council has objected. However, Town Council and Brome and Oakley have not outrightly objected. There are rightly conditions in place for this type of proposal, and the professional consultees tasked with providing that input have not objected. Again, statutory consultees have recognised that the proposal is deliverable, subject to conditions which your officers rightly agree with. This application therefore requires a rational and logical decision based on the fact that the locality is commercially established with established transport links. To summarise, the proposal is adjacent and part of our airfield. The site is capable of accommodating the proposed end use. The scheme will stimulate employment, supply chain services will be supported, and the units offered will be mutually cohesive to the wider airfield. The proposal, finally, will contribute to commercial delivery in the plan area. This is very important. The applicant has presented robust evidence through professional reports based on the status of this application. Again, it's an outline scheme. The need for commercial space, specifically lorry parking, is at an all-time high, and this should be endorsed without delay. Even if members were to identify harm, which we submit is limited and under control, it is evident that the benefits of the scheme now and in the future far outweigh any harm. It is not uncommon for planning policies to pull in different directions. However, in this case, it is evident that the scheme is heavily in step with the JLP. This is a prime commercial location supported by very capable infrastructure that could be introduced to site. I therefore encourage you to support the officer recommendation and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the agent? Councillor Haddingham.
It's not really for Jack, it's just a general one. Can we see where the parish council borders are? Like, you know, is this part, you know, I thought it was Brome and Oakley, possibly but, you know, not Thrandeston. Is there anywhere that's a line that we can see where it's all split?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. It wasn't clear with the petrol pumps or the fuel pumps that are there. Are there going to be specific HGV fuel pumps there, or is it just standard car fuel pumps?
So at this stage, it's going to be primarily for the everyday user, everyday car user. I don't think that it's unnatural to think where lorry parking is going, particularly on the bigger scale. You know, there's a lot of talk at the moment around charging for lorries. So I think, again, at this stage, I wouldn't want to rule that out. Naturally, it would be a benefit to have some sort of charging for lorries. And again, at this stage, you know, fuel filling for lorries is something that could come through at reserve matters.
Any further questions? If not, I will ask some questions. I'm just to be completely honest, I'm very sceptical about the environmental sustainability of drive-through facilities. And this is an outline application, and I would like to know what you intend to do to make it as easy as possible for people to access the shop, the drive-through restaurant on foot or by bicycle, especially as I've now heard that the roadway between the lorry park and the units to the other facilities is a main access to the other development on the airfield. So people working in the units will want to walk across, get a cup of coffee. People parking in the lorry park will need to cross that highway. I have been to a number of highway service areas where pedestrians and cyclists have been neglected. So I would like some reassurance from you that you are going to put as much thought and attention into how cyclists and pedestrians are going to get to your facility as lorry and car users.
Thanks for your question. I think rightly so, there needs to be facilities in place for the cyclist and obviously for the pedestrian. I think we're also partly led by County Council Highways with regards to their expectations. Obviously that feeds into the planning process that you're tasked with determining. This is, you know, an application that has the ability to introduce those key features, and we would be absolutely committed to providing certainly, you know, cycle storage. You're going to have mutually cohesive uses on site. There has to be the ability to park your bike. You have to have the ability to be able to network around the site and vice versa. So that would all integrate with the surrounding area. Again, we'd have to take lead from Highways, but there's a commitment from the applicant to deliver that. And again, that would come through at reserve matters. You've retained the control as the authority.
And I didn't mention, there's also, because you are going to have this to be a car charging hub, people who are charging their electric vehicle will not want to use a drive-through. They will want to walk, and they make sure that the desire line to get from the charging area to the coffee serving area is as sensible and as straightforward as possible. You don't have to cross roadways that you can't see whether things are coming or not. That is the usual design of these sort of things, so I'm just trying to anticipate, and because this is only outline, it's quite difficult to see what you're exactly doing. So I just want some reassurance that it can be dealt with at reserve matters. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think safety is a paramount of importance, you know, particularly for an area that's going to be subject to cars, HGVs, cyclists and pedestrians. So there will be a devoted route within the site to and from charging area, and also, you know, the restaurant and the starter units as well. You know, it has to be set out, and again, you would retain control through a devoted, accurate plan, not an indicative plan, a devoted pinpoint plan.
Thank you. Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if, I know this is at outline stage, but if you could tell us a little bit more about what the anticipated uses for the business units might be, because we haven't really talked about that much. And I know Town Council, I don't think they've been consulted recently, but when they were consulted in 2022, they had concerns about light pollution, noise pollution, hours of operation on the site. So I just wanted to ask a little bit more, if you could tell us, what you know at this stage about what's likely to be happening in those units.
Of course, it's a little bit chicken and egg with the situation, but as per the description, we've itemised that you'd have Class E, so typically it would be your office units, and you'd also have B8, which is your storage and distribution. They would be proportionate to the need based on how we're able to set out the site. So again, you would have office-based, but you'd also have transportation-based. That would be pinned down further, and we would provide, in the same way that on a housing scheme, you'd have an accommodation schedule for 1, 2 and 3 bed homes, you'd have an accommodation schedule for your commercial units. But that would be a combination that would be looking to be fixed.
Any further questions of the agent? If not, we will move to the ward member, Councillor Tim Weller. If you'd like to have your say next. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Can I just confirm that I'm not being timed?
No, that you're not timed, but if you go on unduly long, I might ask you to stop.
I would just ask you in that case to consider that I am a ward member for the ward, but also representing 2 parishes here, Parish of Thrandeston and Brome and Oakley, so perhaps you'll consider that in terms of the time that you'll allocate me. I don't anticipate going on for too long. But I will turn to the questions that I think you'd asked of me earlier in relation to the LC WEP, and Councillor Davis is the ideal person to pick that up, and Councillor Elkin, whose ward it's in, will be able to confirm that there is a proposal in play at the moment for cycleway to connect Brome and Oakley and That's by widening the road, the old B1077 and the existing B77. But in order to connect that with this project, would require an additional element of cycle pathing, I suppose. There is a footpath that extends along the new section of the B1077, but it stops short of accessing this site. It crosses the road adjacent to the roundabout, but bypasses access to the site. So the comments you made earlier about connectivity do need to be considered to enable pedestrian and cycling access to the site. My remarks on this application refer to conversations that I've had with residents of Thrandeston, Brome and Oakley, as well as my own observations. A long-time resident of Brome reminded me recently that next month marks 82 years since work commenced to construct RAFI Airfield. Records in concrete pouring runways were set here. Long after the last Flying Fortress had flown and the airfield was decommissioned, the world's first poultry litter-fueled generator was built here and continues to operate 32 years later. Change on this site is therefore inevitable, and not all of it is unwelcome. In principle, I'm not opposed to this development. It brings with it growth, sustainable infrastructure, and job creation, which are broadly welcomed by many residents, some of whom I want to thank for taking the trouble to supply their written support as consultees. From speaking with residents across villages, on balance, it's accepted that the airfield is now part of a regional and national power hub, and otherwise commercial and industrial in nature. So for many, the proposed development is not incongruous. To supplement this broad support, I must communicate the views of 3 younger local residents I've spoken with in recent weeks. They expressly requested that I share with committee their enthusiasm for a fast food and retail outlet within walking distance of their homes. For these young people, amenities on the airfield are preferred to less enticing offers available in Dis and Whilst I'm not personally as passionate about fast food as these residents, it's of note that their key interest is in competitively remunerated part-time employment more than it is about unwise, non-nutritional, heavily processed menu options. As such, their views are relevant, they are valid, and they are worthy of consideration by this committee, in my opinion. In contrast, 2 key objections, in my opinion, require further procedural attention in order for any decision made here to be considered sound, at least in the public perception. And I set these out as follows. For flood management, The plans submitted with the application relating to land immediately adjacent to the proposed site were neither sufficiently detailed nor were they contemporary. Yet these have been relied upon, seemingly at face value, by the applicant, statutory consultees, and ultimately the planning authority. Notably, relevant mapped contours are blatantly inaccurate, the effect of which is an assertion that pluvial runoff drains contrary to gravity uphill, and this is the case in at least one instance. Drains and culverts said to exist on the plan either do not in fact exist or are at best historically unserviceable. Mr. Reed's detailed representation sets out and corrects those factual inaccuracies. However, only partial consideration has been given to his comments in subsequent communications and remedies. I've seen nothing in the documents to indicate that any person other than impacted residents, landowners and representatives of the parish council have set foot on the ground to test the veracity of those plans. I thank and acknowledge the ongoing activity of planning officers in considering this application in its own right. Thrandeston Parish Council, however, maintains a position that pluvial flooding across the A140, that's to the west of the site, an extended loss of grazing and agriculture that can be directly attributed to the development on the airfield. This is a moot point. Neither the planning authority, flood authority, or other statutory agency has made a pronouncement on that matter. However, given the substantial objection of Thrandeston Parish Council regarding material inaccuracies and their request of over 24 months for an accompanied site visit to demonstrate their position, I query why a visit has not been facilitated. A layperson in possession of only a very rudimentary understanding of geography and physics would question the evidence submitted in the application. Committee has had an opportunity, albeit outside of this committee, to review footage of significant flooding which occurs other than in storm conditions and is the result of short and localised weather events. From my local knowledge of the area, I can confirm that where committee has seen persistent and rapid water flowing in that digital footage, the direction of flow of the water is from the east, i.e. from the direction of the airfield. It is, in my opinion, perverse that any decision can be reached here when the quality or credibility of factors informing that decision has been reasonably questioned without further inquiry. It is noted that the Water Management Alliance have not professionally endorsed the application, they've remained silent. It is not acceptable for existing development contributing to existing flood risk west of the A140 to be exacerbated by additional development with no regard to the cumulative flood effect. Irrespective of the decision of this committee, collaboration of statutory partners in resolving this wider issue is resolutely requested. Committee has today requested additional flood risk data. Councillor Hardingham's referred to projected rainfall data to inform its decision on this matter, and this has not been made available to this committee. On nuisance mitigation, 44 dwellings at Four Oaks Park were entirely absent from original plans, as was due consideration for noise and light nuisance for its residents and those living in the immediate adjacent properties on I Road, the old B1077. The noise impact report states that the boundary fence, the acoustic fence at Four Oaks, is of insufficient height to satisfactorily mitigate the effects of constantly operating heating or refrigeration plant from HGVs parked up, particularly when they're parked up overnight. And I empathise with residents of Four Oaks who are genuinely anxious that existing arrangements, i.e. the inadequate fence and low-level planting scheme, achieve little to prevent noise from the new B1077 by day. The prospect of having the present overnight respite accorded by reduced traffic volume replaced by continuous and insufficiently baffled noise is undesirable at best and impacts negatively on long-term well-being at worst. To come to some administrative housekeeping issues in relation to the information available about this application to the public. On the Mid Suffolk Planning Portal, there's a tab labelled the River Waveney Trust Response, It is, in fact, an assistive annotative map produced by Mr. Paul Reed, supplementing his substantive objection. I've not cited a response from the River Waveney Trust. I hope that if it did exist, it's been shared with the committee and they've had an opportunity to consider it, although I was advised immediately before committee that in fact the River Waveney Trust haven't been consulted, in which case I query why that label appears on the Mid Suffolk District Council planning portal. As a point of factual accuracy, further, contrary to published information on that portal stating that I was consulted as a ward member on the 2nd of February 2022, I was not. I did not become ward member until some 15 months later on the 9th of May 2023, and as such it was only then that I first became aware of this application. If committee are minded to approve this outline planning application, I would invite it please to consider the following. From a flood management perspective, I would request that a site visit is facilitated between relevant officers of district and county councils and representatives of Thrandeston Village for the reasons I've set out in this statement and as reflected in the representations of the parish council. From an environmental and local biodiversity perspective, I would draw committee's attention to the arboricultural officer's report. I endorsed that officer's remarks with regard to existing and recommended planting and make a request that committee robustly condition these. And from a noise mitigation perspective, in view of the apparent weakness of existing and proposed arrangements to attenuate noise nuisance, I would request that officers advise committee on suitable additional acoustic defence measures available to them. I would then invite committee to consider conditioning as many of these suggestions as it sees fit, but with sleepless nights of residents at the forefront of its collective mind. I would request that a formal engagement and consultation scheme is conditioned to be established between the developer and residents of Four Oaks Park and adjacent properties, and representatives of Thrandeston and Brome and Oakley parish councils as key stakeholders. And finally, thank you to officers, to Philip Freeman for fervently advocating on behalf of Thrandeston Parish Council, and to all those who are respondents in the consultation. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the ward member? Did you want to come in, Mark? Were you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, as always, there's background discussion going on between officers. Councillor Fleming actually, I think, mentioned the words environmental impact assessment. And I've been seeking some counsel on that, including with our legal advisor. And we're a little bit concerned that that hasn't happened, and that if we were to make a positive decision, that might be a ground for grievance. So I'm going to advise that we should probably defer this item again until we've got that sorted out. That's not the only item. Yeah. I was going to suggest maybe it's up to you whether you do a site visit, because there's been a lot of interest in perhaps members seeing the site. And the third thing was we would like receipt of, and this was going to be in the conclusion, were we to approve it, subject to, you've seen it of course, evidence to demonstrate a surface water flood risk sequential test has been satisfied. So those three things: sequential test, EIA screening opinion, and, with your permission, a site visit.
So does that need to be proposed by a member of the committee?
Yes. I don't know if you want to do the site visit one separately or do it all together, up to you.
You propose that we defer it for the reasons outlined by Mark and that we do a site visit? Yes. Councillor Elkin? Does anybody wish to make any comments on that proposal? Councillor Penny?
Yeah, I don't know whether we, in the light of the ward members' comments who mentioned a long list of concerns, perhaps we need to defer it to make sure that the excellent summary, the concerns are all addressed and not just limited.
I wonder, Councillor, sorry if I could see your presentation, so to pick through those points, if that's okay, if we could see that. It wasn't all from the top of your head, was it?
I'm happy to share that statement.
Yes.
With,
thank you.
So does that need to be added into the reasons for deferral that you're going to?
I'd say not. I'd just say that we'll do that. We'll look through the points raised by the councillor.
Sorry, Ian, were you about to say something?
Yes, I'm just agreeing with Mark. I think you've heard it, the committee's heard it, anyone watching live streams heard it, and I would suggest it doesn't need to be formally in the resolution. We'll take it forward.
We've got a proposal for a deferral and an arrangement for a site visit for the reasons outlined by Mark. Do we just need to just go over, just make sure we all know what we've got, what those reasons for the deferral were? If you can just summarise again.
Yes, so that which is already written is the receipt of evidence to demonstrate a surface water flood risk sequential test has been satisfied, as per NPPF. The second reason is an EIA screening opinion. And the third is that members visit the site.
So are we now ready to... Councillor Warboys just wants to say something, I think.
Yes, I think on the documents we've got an outline layout of the site, which sort of designs the site, which is... And my question is about the sort of wisdom of putting the petrol station forecourt on what seems to be the area which is at highest risk of flooding. So in terms of actually sort of deferring this and looking at the site, would the site layout also be queried, if you like, or questioned?
I mean, it is an indicative layout, isn't it?
It's indicative, I realise that, but I think that...
Do you want to put your mic on, Alex?
That's something I can discuss with the applicant, their agents, and yeah, maybe a further revision before we come back might be in order. Yeah, take into account that. Yeah.
Revision, I like the sound of that.
Revision.
Thank you.
Councillor Patchett.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to the officers. When we take into account the environmental impact assessment, am I right in thinking with things like petrol stations, we also include the future impact, which is actually the fuel it pushes out and then it goes into the cars and then they kick out CO2 and carbon monoxide and etc. I believe there was a court case recently where you have to include that as well, the future output that it will generate down the line.
The phrase trans frontier is in there. I think it's probably covered by that, basically, the wider effect of.
I'm just smiling because I was at university with Sarah Finch in Bristol 40 years ago, so it was. But no, yeah, that was about oil extraction in Surrey, and yes, it did make the point that you need follow-up legal arguments about that was the quarry in Surrey, not whatever you call it, the oil extraction in Surrey that was being assessed, but then there's a question of double counting because if there's a refinery somewhere else it goes to, but that, yes, you're quite right, Councillor Patchett, that is a recent legal development.
Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. It was just quickly, it may come under the reserve matters, but this is in the Hartismere water scarcity zone, so I think all businesses have to justify where their water supply is coming from. Is that something that could be, if things are deferred, it would be considered?
Yeah. We were ready with that in case there's an approval, Councillor. So as proposed, it doesn't seem to be a heavy water usage that's been proposed, but some of the business users might become that. So there was a proposed condition about basically phasing it. Each use would be agreed as we went along. So we thought of it, but yes, we would.
Right, so I think we're now ready for the Governance Officer to carry out the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, it's 12:15 and we've got, the next case is the Elmswell case. So should we stop for lunch now or do the I think it's going to take more than 45 minutes to do the Elmswell case. So I'm going to propose that we take a lunch break and we're back here for 1 o'clock. It's a nice round number and I can remember that. So we'll stop now and have a lunch Welcome back to the next session. We are now going to move to item 7C, which is DC 2305651, land to the north and west of School Road, Elmswell. And as that is in my ward, I need to hand over to Councillor Haddingham to chair, and I will move across to the ward member area. Thank you.
So moving on to item 7C, DC 23/05651, land to the north and west of School Road, Elmswell, Suffolk. I will now invite the case officer, Dan Cameron, to introduce the application to the committee.
Thank you, Councillor. This is an outline application. Details of access are reserved, but all other matters. Details of access are brought forward for consideration, but all other matters are reserved. And it would deliver a 66-bed care home, 37 extra care bungalows, 3 almshouses, a management office, a clubhouse, a community growing area, beehives, and open space. So here we are, just in the wider view. Here I can't see the detail as well as members, but just for clarity, the A14 follows this route through. We have the settlement of Woolpit in the south of the image, and then Elmswell here, and we have the application site here, and you can see the farmland surrounding. If we come slightly closer in, you can see the built form of Elmswell. We have the church and the almshouses in this location, and Elmswell Hall further north above the railway line. The railway line travels along the north of the site. We've got an existing development previously approved in outline and then reserved matters on School Road. This is a Bloor Home site, and there'll be images later in the presentation of that for members. If we run on to constraints, you can see the roundabout off the A14 giving access up into Elmswell. We've got the settlement boundary, which follows this line and mirrors the settlement boundary as set out in the Elmswell neighbourhood plan. And we are outside the settlement boundary for the purposes of this application. We've got some public rights of way. Public right of way 14 runs along the southern side of the railway line and through the site. And then we've got a number of listed buildings. We've got Elmswell Hall in the north, that's listed at grade 2. We've got the almshouses themselves, they're also listed at grade 2. And we have the Church of St Andrew, that's grade 2 star. We've also got some flood zone 2 and 3 within the western edge of the site. There's a drainage ditch that runs along the bottom of the field, and the topography of the site is such that the edge at School Road, Parnell Lane and Church Road is at higher elevation than the drainage ditch at the bottom of the fields, and you'll see that within the site layout as well. Here's an extract from the Elmswell neighbourhood plan. It shows the parish boundary, but it also highlights some key viewpoints that are the subject of the policy ELM2. So we've got 2 affected on this map, and we've got a following map that will show you the other one. This is view 1, and it's up the rise of the land that's the subject of this application, giving a view of the church and the almshouses. And this is from Church Lane, and you'll see we've got that included in the photos for you later. We then have the second viewpoint, and this is up Church Road towards the church and the almshouses. And then here, this is again from the Elmswell neighbourhood plan. You've got the settlement boundary, which forms this red line, and emits this land off of School Road. But there's a view here from the corner of School Road out over the countryside, taking in the church and the rolling countryside beyond. So this is the red line site plan for the site. And then you'll see this is the site context plan, and they've added in the built form of the Bloor Homes development on School Road. Here you'll see that built form within the site is kept to the northern boundary, or the northern half. So we have the care home in this location. We then have the management office and the clubhouse proposed towards the south of that area. And and then the rest of the area is built in with the extra care bungalows. The land to the south between the church and built form is proposed partly as community orchard, partly to support community beehives, and form some open space. And then we've got more in-depth landscaping plans that detail how that's to work and operate. In terms of the recommendation before members, we've got a recommendation for refusal on a number of grounds. To quickly run through those for you, we have the fact that we're outside the settlement boundary. Policy LP06 seeks to direct new care home and similar developments to within settlement boundaries so we can be closer to services and facilities within villages such as Elmswell. The second issue is we've got a number of surface water drainage runs that flow through the site. One comes from the compound at the Bloor Home site, and I'll detail that later, and another one comes from School Road and crosses the site. And they both run down into the site and are collected in this drainage ditch. To the west, we've got heritage concerns in that we've got the removal of agricultural land, which informs the setting of Elmswell Hall and the church, and important views in between the two. We also have changes to the immediate setting of the almshouses and the church. In terms of landscaping, we've got concerns from place services in that both the views set out in ELM2 would be compromised. So views across from Church Lane of the church would be changed and altered, and views across from School Road across the site would be changed and altered. We also have a holding objection from highways, and I'll speak more to that in a moment. But highways at the moment are unconvinced of the width and the visibility displays for the proposed access. We also have no Section 106 offered with the application. By way of table papers and late papers, additional comments came in from the applicants with regards to the highways matters. We're currently seeking a consultation response from highways in regards to that to see if it overcomes their holding objection. We have updated details on the access width and the visibility displays, which would appear to meet highways' requirements, and we're waiting on feedback from highways as to whether that is the case or not. The other issue we have was circulated as part of late papers, and it is the applicant drawing attention to changes made to the PPG on the 23rd of August in respect of flood risk issues, and I'll just bring the flood risk areas back on. The update says that where you've got flood zone and the flood zone only affects your outdoor amenity areas, biodiversity net gain areas, or areas of open space, you don't need to apply the sequential test. With regards to reason 2 given in the report, the flood risk also extends to surface water drainage, and as noted earlier, there's 2 surface water drainage runs across the site which indicate that the reason should still stand. With regards to the highways reason, officers are asking that members defer the ability to refuse the application to officers to seek the time for those comments to come in and be responded to. If highways maintain their holding objection, we include the insufficient information reason for refusal on highways, and if highways are happy, then we remove it as a reason for refusal, because if we got to appeal, we probably have to remove it in any case, given that our technical consultees no longer support the objection. Here are the site level plans submitted. You'll see that at the bottom of the site, we do slope away, we come to the bottom of the site, and then we move back up. So this is towards Elmswell, and this is Elmswell, and this is towards Woolpit. But if I should move on to the photos, I'll show you this is sort of halfway along School Road, looking to the north. You can see the train line denoted by the train. The white single-storey element just slightly to the south of that is the Bloor Home site compound, and then you can see the built form of the Bloor Homes development curving around Parnell Lane. and this is from slightly closer up. This is the curve round, and this is Parnell Lane, which is denoted by this avenue of trees. And there's a closer look at the Bloor Home site compound. And then this photo is slightly closer but further away, and this white building you can see between the trees, that's Elmswell Hall. And then we have the view down from the same vantage point towards the almshouses, which are these red brick and slate Victorian constructed almshouses, and the back of the church. This is then from within the field itself, close to the drainage ditches. This is a view up towards the church from within the site. And then this is slightly further back, and you can see the church spire and woolpit off in the distance, and the church of St Andrews looking that way. The drainage ditch I'll show you in a little bit more detail. It's runs along this area of green. This is then Church Lane. This is one of the key viewpoints in the ELM2 policy, and this is the view up, and you get glimpses of the church tower of St Andrews as you make your approach up towards Elmswell. And then this is further within the site, close to the other side of the roundabout, which is one of the other views within ELM1. And you have this view of the church tower within the trees at the back of the agricultural site. And then this is the drainage ditch, denoted by the area of green, and it runs along and up to the railway line. All other matters are set out in the report, and at this point I'll turn back over to members and take any questions that arise from the presentation and report.
Thanks, Dan. Are there any questions for the case officer from members? Councillor Penny?
Yeah, I don't know whether you're local to the area or not. I think the view of St John's Church from the A14 or from the railway is one of the iconic landscape vistas of Suffolk. Were those views considered at all?
So consultation from Place Services does take a wider view of views towards the church, but in terms of the policy ELM2, it's only the identified viewpoints that we can pay mind to.
Councillor Patchett?
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the first sort of picture you showed, which was the cross-sectional picture, is that supplied by the developer or yeah, so not by us? Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions? Councillor?
Has any evidence been submitted for the need for a care home in Elmswell, in that location, rather than somewhere more central?
So in terms of the principle of development, we delve into this a little bit. In terms of increased demand, we know that our population is ageing. We know that our SHMA population forecasts show increased need for older persons accommodation. We know that within the MPPF, recent changes in May brought the need for older persons accommodation more to the fore within the MPPF itself, so there is support for delivery there. In terms of our position in the JLP, our adopted policies at the moment seek to deliver that growth within settlement boundaries and approved settlement boundaries. We have the ongoing work for Part 2 to look to update those boundaries, and as part of the work that underpinned Part 1, we provided to the examiner a list of similar proposals for care homes that we've approved within our districts, and at the time of the consideration of Part 1 it was considered that we haven't enough development to allow us the time to bring forward Part 2 to consider more fully where that development should be located. So we have a good stock of development to come forward for older persons that would meet some of this need.
Councillor Overett, have you got a question?
I have, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wondered where the new almshouses are intended to go. Are they going to be within the existing proposed new development or elsewhere on that entire plot of land? Thank you.
So my understanding is that all the built form within the development will be in that northern half. So I don't think they would be able to be located close to the existing almshouses. I think they would have to be within the actual northern half of the development itself. Obviously, as an outline, we'd still have that detail to come forward to reserve matters.
Councillor Mansell?
Could I just ask for a bit of clarification? This is an outline planning permission, and you showed us a drawing of the proposed landscaping, and clearly all the drawings we've got show that the built form is going to be to the north of the site, close to the railway line. If this were to go through this outline stage, would the reserve matters insist upon the housing being in that part of the development, and how much weight do we have over those indicative landscaping layouts?
So in terms of those plans, you are entirely correct. They are indicative, so there can be deviation and change away from it. I think, as far as we'd be concerned, if we were to approve, we'd be wanting to recommend conditions that seek to secure landscaping in accordance with the submitted master plan, and also built form located in the northern half of the site in accordance with the indicative plans that we have, and we'd be able to condition that.
Are there any other questions for Dan? In that case, we're going to move on to the public speakers to address the committee, and we have Peter Dow via Teams, who is the Parish Council Chair. Anyway, Parish Council Clerk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to appear online, which I think is a commendable move forward. First of all, I think we should start with the bit that everybody agrees with. Everybody has agreed it's outside the development boundary. So that's where my council and the population of Elmswell start. They then say, let's look for the exceptions which deserve this to gain planning permission because it's outside the development boundary, it's in the countryside. So is it tucked away, and therefore does it not impinge on Elmswell? Nope. It's the most prominent landscape in Elmswell. It's the setting of St John's and the almshouses, as you've heard, all of which are listed. We don't have many postcards of Elmswell. We really don't. Very low postcard quotient. The one we do have, which you can buy in the co-op, only one, and it's that. It's exactly the view that is being destroyed by this application. Therefore, we turn to our second possibility. Perhaps it's easily accessed by road. That's a good idea. So we can get round the fact that it's in the countryside, because you can get to it easily. No, you can't. The School Road, Church Road junction is pushed to the limit. The next step, we know this because earlier developers have told us this, is traffic lights opposite St John's Church. So that H.C. Wilson, with his 16-wheel rear steer low loaders, will stop on the hill, and by the time he started on the hill, the lights will have changed 3 times. So it's not easily accessed by road, it's a nightmare by road. In terms of other infrastructure, the Woolford Health Centre is not ready to accept, and if you do the sums, there are at least 106 new customers for the health centre if this were to succeed. The neediest cohort that the health centre has in terms of healthcare provision, 106 more of them at the stroke of a pen. And finally, as Councillor Hardingham has asked, is it needed? This is untested. The officer says Mid Suffolk has a good stock. If it doesn't have a good stock of appropriate care home provision, it is something which should be tested on a plan-based approach, a district-wide plan-based approach through JLP2. At the moment we're okay. If we want any more, let's decide where they should go and then talk about the site. At the moment, this site is ad hoc, opportunistic, and we urge that you go with your officer's advice and refuse planning permission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dow. Will you hang on a little in case there's any questions? Are there any questions for the Parish Council? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Dow. So we'll move right on. There's no objector and no supporter, and the agent is not here either. And so we'll go straight on to the ward members with Councillor Jen Overett first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that the papers and Peter Dow as well have provided details of the strong arguments against this development. But I'd like to say a few words as the ward member, because this is an application that a lot of Elmswell residents have told me causes them anxiety. And I'd like to particularly highlight the following as the most regularly expressed causes for concern. So firstly is the lack of health facilities within Elmswell. The nearest health centre in Woolpit is at or near full capacity. I understand they're unable to consider additional off-site satellite services. And the report states in point 12.5 that the majority of the proposals here wouldn't be still liable, meaning that there would inevitably be the significant additional pressure of a large number of vulnerable residents joining the health centre with no still funding to support any kind of staff expansion or outreach service should the health centre prove able and indeed willing to support it. Secondly, the impact on a key landscape, which furthermore is outside the settlement boundary. And this is not just a concern of the residents that are close to the development, losing the view from their windows. The development would mean an irrevocable loss of landscape value in terms of the rolling valley farmlands and of heritage value, given the unique and iconic view of St John's Church that residents and visitors currently enjoy. I really would like to impress on the committee the extent to which this far-reaching view is important to and valued by the community. And thirdly, the additional traffic inevitably created by this application, which wouldn't be safe or manageable for School Road nor for the Church Hill School Road junction. Being on the very outskirts of the village with a narrow path to reach the village amenities, the village centre would be difficult for residents with limited mobility to access and impossible for wheelchair users. And a significant increase in traffic would only make this journey more challenging. It's fair to say this application is a considerable improvement on the original 2017 application, ultimately withdrawn, which took up a much larger area of the site and was for up to 164 homes, together with the 86 that were eventually approved in 2022 in their adjacent site, which does sit within the settlement boundary and which is now nearing completion. However, residents do remain fearful that should this application be approved and the principle of building outside of the settlement boundary be established, then with this precedent established, further applications taking up further chunks of the existing agricultural land and this iconic view will inevitably be made and may prove harder to resist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Overett. Councillor Mansell?
Thank you. We've already heard about the number of reasons why this development should be refused. And I do urge you to go along with the officer recommendation, but I would just like to voice my own opinions. The first iteration of this particular proposal, not the one that Councillor Overett's just referred to when we had 300 homes on that site, first iteration of the proposal for a care home was the subject of a drop-in session at the Wesley Centre within the village, and quite a number of the members of the public came along, despite the short notice, to make their comments. And whilst there were some of the residents who did think that they might like a care home in the village for maybe them to move into as they get older, most of them did not think this was the right place for a care home. Following that pre-application work, the agent at that time decided not to pursue the proposal, and I think that's quite telling. But clearly another agent took on the work, but he or she are not here today to explain why we should be approving this development. We've already got objections from many of the statutory consultees, heritage, landscape, planning policy, and any development on this site would harm the iconic view of Elmswell Church, which has been mentioned already by Councillor Penny, Councillor Overett and Peter Dow. And in actual fact, when Councillor Penny made his comment, it brought back memories of my own children sitting in the back of the car, and they looked out for Elmswell Church and they knew they were nearly home. Elmswell is not a pretty village, it's a very functional village, but that is the one iconic view that everyone knows of Elmswell, and that would be gone forever. It's part of the character of our community. This development has the potential, I believe, to become a bit of a ghetto for elderly residents. Despite it not being that far to the co-op or the Wesley or the tavern, access for people with mobility issues is far from ideal. The pavement from the end of the Bloor development, where we've got the nice new wide smooth bike path, becomes extremely narrow and uneven and could not be accessible by mobility scooters or wheelchairs. So anyone using that mode of transport would need to go in the road, which has a terrible surface at the moment and usually has an awful lot of parked cars on. It's quite narrow, and it's going to be well used by people living in the new development, and they won't be able to get anywhere easily without the use of a car. Any such development in this location needs to be better integrated into the rest of the existing community. Maybe if there was space for a new library or a health room where anybody could make use of services provided by the NHS, you know, for coming along for a blood test or something, even if it wasn't a full surgery facility, as well as, and I also understand that the surgery were approached and they were asking for a room to be used for training, but that would be a one-way use, be used for them to use it to learn how to deal with elderly patients, but not the other way around. So, you know, this is just not the right place for this type of development. It's outside the settlement area, and it would cause harm to the listed buildings and the iconic view of the village. So I do urge you to go along with the officer recommendation for refusal as listed in the papers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the ward members? Okay, so we'll go straight on to the debate then. Who would like to start off? Councillor Penny?
Yeah, I was I want to ask a question really, but if I can veil it as a comment. If we were reminded to refuse it today and agree with the officer's recommendations, the officer did mention that the highways issue might be appealed against, and
so I
don't
think
know how to go about that.
So I think probably as a result of the refusal, I think members should be alive to the possibility that the applicants may choose to appeal. The tabled papers give additional highway information, and I think it would be prudent to allow time for the consultation to go through and conclude with Highways Authority officers. That's due with us late next week. My opinion is if we get a representation from them that says, oh, this overcomes our holding objection, we agree that officers remove reason for refusal 5 on the insufficient information for highways to make a determination. If we went ahead and had it in there anyway, it's likely that the applicant would provide that information and the Highways Authority comments to the Inspector at appeal and say on this basis we seek removal of reason for refusal 5, which I think we would probably agree to, given that highways are our technical experts in those matters. So it's just whether it's expedient to issue the refusal as is, or whether it's preferable to hold off and potentially remove a reason for refusal that might have to be removed in the future anyway.
Councillor Lawrence?
Can we not recommend, if we were minded to refusal, just excluding condition 5 then? Let's jump ahead of the game.
You could do. What I don't have in front of me is the response from the Highway Authority saying that yes, that overcomes our holding objection. So if it didn't overcome their holding objection, we would still have an issue with the access that would need to be resolved. So I think probably in this instance, I think it might be prudent to delegate to officers the decision whether to take forward reason for refusal 5 or not, once we're in receipt of the updated comments from Highways. And then we have our technical consultees backing us for whichever decision officers may make. We'd still have all of the other reasons for refusal to come, and they're, in my view, much stronger, and I think would be more difficult to overcome.
Councillor Elkin?
Thank you. It was just a quick question about the sequential test with flood risk, whether that was a similar situation, because I think the flood risk was reason 2 for refusal, whether we were in a similar situation if that hadn't been applied.
If members would like, I could, if we're waiting for a response from Highways, we could also seek one from the lead local flood authority on that, given the update to the PPG. My view is that although the illustrative master plan and landscape plans don't show any built form within flood zones 2 or 3, they do show built form across 2 runs of surface water drainage flood risk. So I think the need to address those would remain, regardless of whether the LLFA was in agreement with the updated PPG. I think we'd still need to address that, because you have to, the MPPF requires you to be safe from all forms of flood risk, and surface water drainage is one of the 5 that Mr. Skilton was referring to earlier, although he's not here today, or now.
Councillor Penny?
I withdraw my question.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Councillor Lawrence?
I think it's really important that we support neighbourhood plans. And to me, that's the paramount thing here. I appreciate the views, but that's in the neighbourhood plan. And so I think that's the all-important issue here. So I would like to propose that we refuse permission in line with the recommendations of the officer, leaving recommendation 5 for the officer's further determination from the Highways Department. So that's my proposal.
Thank you very much. So we have a proposal. Is there anyone that would like to second that? Councillor Hardingham? Thank you very much. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I didn't know when to drop this in. So, added reasons for refusal, lack of BNG and biodiversity enhancement.
Would you like to speak, Councillor Warboys?
So, paragraph 3.3 on page 65, it says it's policies LPO 6 is explicit. Proposals supported as special needs housing will be supported where they are located within a settlement boundary. Should that, I couldn't spot it, but shouldn't that be included in the reasons for refusal?
It would form part of reason 1, SPO3, ELM1 and LPO6 will all combine.
Yeah, I see, so it's absurd. Thank you.
So we have a proposer and a seconder, and so I'm now going to ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Mark, can I just check if I put this as reasons for refusal as advised by the area planning manager and with delegation to officers to finalise?
Yes.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now ready and in progress. Thank you, members. That's 7 votes for refusal. That's carried. Thank you.
So I'll now hand back to our chairman.
Thank you. We now move to item 7D, DC 24-02806 at Red Gables, Ipswich Road, Stowmarket. And I'd like to welcome Case Officer Grace Wasp. This is her first committee, I think, or first Mid Suffolk committee anyway. Welcome, and I now hand over to you to introduce the application to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay, yeah, so I'd like to bring an application for the Red Gables in Stowmarket. What they would like to do is replace 3 windows on the first floor and 1 door on the ground floor on the south elevation. So the reason this application has come to committee is because the applicant is an appointed councillor. The main issues we're considering are the impact on the character of the conservation area in which the application site sits, and the impact on the Red Gables itself, which is a non-designated heritage asset. So this is the wider site context, or the wider area, with the Red Gables in the centre there. This is the red line site plan, the blue line area indicating additional land owned by the applicant. And this is the constraints map. So again, we've got the Red Gables in the centre there. We've got the conservation area represented by the purple hatching. We've got green areas, which are tree preservation orders, and some listed buildings, which are the amber shapes to the northeast. Here's the aerial view. Just an old map there from 1884, kind of indicating the origins of the building being there at that time. It's also accompanied by the younger Redwoods building, which wasn't built at this time, so it doesn't appear on that map, but that's also on the site. This elevation drawing is showing us the south elevation, where they want to replace the 3 windows on the lovely bay turret there, and the ground floor door. That's just zooming in there on those features. Here's the other side. I think that's the front elevation, the rear elevation, and the right elevation, all of which are unaffected by this application. So here's the ground floor plan indicating the location of the door to be replaced. Here's the first floor plan showing the first floor windows to be replaced. A picture of the front or side elevation there, and the other side. And this is the south elevation, which is the focus of this application, and the bay turret there, just with some shading to show us the units to be replaced. So just to summarise, this is a like-for-like replacement, going from timber to timber. We are introducing double glazing, but there'll be no change to the outward appearance of the units. We've consulted the heritage team on the application. They haven't identified any harm to the non-designated heritage asset or to the conservation area. They have recommended a condition securing precise manufacturer's drawings and details, but our recommendation is to approve. Because the character of the application site, character and appearance of the locality would be preserved.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members to the case officer? No questions. And I don't think we've got any public speakers. So I'm just going to open this item up for debate. Councillor Haddingham.
I'm more than happy to go along with our officer's recommendation and propose that we accept this. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Warboys. Thank you. I can't see there being any problem with this. It seems like a good idea to me to put double glazing in, given that it's a community building as well. It's going to be better for the community. So unless anyone else has got anything else to say, I'm going to ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress.
Yes,
Wolf?
Councillor Wolf. Yeah. Thank you. So thank you, members. That's 8 votes for. That's unanimous.
Thank you very much. So that comes to the end of our planning cases. We have item number 8 on the agenda, which is site inspections. And we have now got a site inspection for once we've determined today the the I airfield.
Yeah,
so that will be organised in due course, of course. Yeah. But no other site inspection requests. So next meeting of the Mid Suffolk Planning Committee, it does say here will be on Wednesday the 11th of September 2024 at 5:30 p.m. But I do believe that is unlikely to happen. So, but we'll get a formal cancellation in due course. So I will now close the meeting at 13:43.